started. Yeah, got it. Welcome to the continuation of the 2022 NASA STEM Enhancement in Earth Science High School Intern Science Symposium. SEAS is a collaboration between NASA, the University of Texas at Austin's Center for Space Research, and NASA Texas Space Grant Consortium. Former SEAS interns have gone on to major in STEM in college, interned at NASA centers and space contractors, and been hired by NASA working on missions such as Europa. We are excited to hear what the future holds for the interns of 2022. This year, we received 1,100 applications and selected 260 10th and 11th grade students as participants who were assigned to 18 different Earth and space science projects, both on-site and virtually. Research was conducted in Earth and space science, environmental studies, climate research, mission design, and technology. To say these students are amazing is an understatement. Each student conducted 60 to 90 hours of research in Earth and space science modules, Python coding, and project-specific work prior to starting their actual project. Interns heard from 12 NASA subject matter experts that highlighted NASA missions, opportunities, and careers during the course of this internship. You are in for a treat as you hear from these amazing young people, our scientists and engineers of the future. On behalf of Selena Miller and myself, Margaret Baggio, the managers of the SEAS program, welcome to NASA SEAS 2022. Today, we have 31 project video presentations. We will divide the afternoon into 3 sessions with 2 20-minute breaks, one at 1:50 and one at 3:55. Project video presentations will either be 5 or 10 minutes in length, followed by Q&A after each group. Please post your questions on the slido.com website and use the code SEAS 2022. Here is our schedule for the day. We will have presentations by teams, followed by a 5-minute Q&A. We will invite each team presenting to turn on their cameras and their mics to answer the questions posed by those watching. During the 20-minute break, we invite you to watch the video highlights of the James Webb Telescope, as SEAS was selected as a first image site, along with highlights from SEAS alumni. The SEAS alumni videos were produced by Hannah Gallimanis, a former SEAS intern. And later in the day, we will view highlights of the student intern produced products as part of their Earth and space science and Python projects. Our first presentations are by interns in the Urban Heat Island Study Globe Mission Earth project. Did you know that July of 2021 was the Earth's hottest month on record? Increase in land surface temperatures can have negative impacts on wildlife, our land and water resources, and on human health and economic activity. Interns studied this phenomenon to add to NASA's scientists' knowledge about the topic. Our thanks to Dr. Kevin Sugowski, Olawale Olawalafema, and Yitong Jiang for their leadership and guidance for the Urban Heat Island interns this year. The first Urban Heat Island team will compare the surface temperatures of Richmond, Virginia, and Forney, Texas.
Comparing the surface temperatures of Richmond, Virginia, and Forney, Texas. This was prepared by me, Charvi Kanduru, and my research partner, Jessica Guardiola. And we finished this through the guidance of Dr. Jiang, Dr. C, and Mr. Femi.
Our research question is, how do the surface temperatures of bodies of water, concrete, and grass compare to each other in our local areas? Richmond and Forney work with the climate and air temperature of our local areas.
Now, as a brief introduction, there are 4 categories that were compared in this research. The surface temperatures of a nearby water body, unshaded concrete, unshaded grass, as well as the air temperatures in Richmond, Virginia, and Forney, Texas.
One of the 2 study areas is Richmond, Virginia, which is in the southern region of Virginia and is one of the most intense urban heat islands compared to the rest of Virginia because of its high population and the amount of urban heat it produces through its use of fossil fuels. The population is 226,604 and the area size is 59.93 square miles. Our second study area is Forney, Texas, and is located in the north central region of Texas. Urban heat island is evident here due to the rapid expansion of the Forney community, More houses and roads are being built, further causing urban heat islands. The population size is 27,256, and the area size is 14.81 square miles.
And for your reference, on the left is Lake Ray Hubbard, where Jessica had gotten her water body data from. And on the right is the West Broad Village Community Lake, where I got my water body data from. To elaborate on the urban heat islands, the red pinpoint is where Richmond is located. And as you can see, there's red all around Richmond. You can especially see that on the left side. The red indicates that the average land surface temperatures are around 35 to 40 degrees Celsius. And when you zoom out, the rest of Virginia is pretty cold compared to Richmond, as it's covered in blue. The reason why Richmond is much hotter is because of how populated the city is, which ends up in the increase of urban heat.
Here is my local location, Forney, Texas, and its urban heat island map. The data shown on these maps comes from the Landsat 8 satellite. I inserted a yellow marker to define my area. These maps here show visual evidence of urban heat island in Forney. You can also see areas around Forney in blue showing cooler areas.
Our methodology was essentially us collecting surface temperatures of a nearby water body, concrete, and grass using an infrared thermometer, and documenting the air temperatures over the course of 5 days. Again, the water body that I used to get data from was West Broad Village Community Lake in Richmond, and the water body in Forney, Texas that Jessica used was Lake Ray Hubbard.
Here are our progress photos. I'm on the left and Charvy's on the right.
Here's my collected data of Richmond, Virginia. The weather was mostly sunny except for July 19th and July 23rd because it was slightly a mix on those days. The water body temperatures range from 24.7 degrees Celsius to 27.2 degrees Celsius. The temperature of concrete ranged from 53.2 degrees Celsius to 55.7 degrees Celsius. The grass temperature ranged from 36.4 degrees Celsius to 49.2 degrees Celsius. And the air temperature ranged from 31.1 degrees Celsius to 36.1 degrees Celsius. Here's a line graph that compares the different surface temperatures and air temperature that were taken in Richmond, Virginia over the course of the 5 days. This is just so we could see which one is the major heat contributor in general, and it seems like concrete is the highest while water is the lowest.
Provided here is my local data collection in Forney. All data was taken using Celsius as the temperature measurement. The weather throughout the data collection stayed quite sunny. The temperatures of my water bodies range from 30 to 31.2 degrees. The temperatures of concrete range from 50.2 to 52.1 degrees, and the temperatures of grass range from 35.7 to 41.2 degrees. And lastly, the air temperature ranged from 37.3 to 39.2 degrees. Here is a line plot of the different surface temperatures over the course of 5 days in Forney, Texas. As you can see, the highest contributor to Forney's urban heat island is concrete, while the lowest is water body. And in between is the grass and air, which intertwine in the middle.
Plotted here is a line graph comparing the water surface temperatures between the two cities. And as you can see, Forney, Texas has a higher temperature compared to Richmond, Virginia. And it looks like there's a difference of about 5 degrees Celsius between them. They do follow a similar pattern over the course of 5 days as well.
Here is a line plot of the concrete surface temperatures between Richmond, Virginia and Forney, Texas. The temperatures of concrete are higher in Richmond rather than in Forney. They both follow a similar pattern while maintaining different temperatures.
Now, this is a line graph comparing the grass surface temperatures between the two cities, and Richmond is slightly higher in temperature than Forney again. However, the temperatures are almost matched on July 19th and July 23rd, and the biggest difference was on July 21st.
Here is a line plot showing the air temperatures between Richmond, Virginia and Forney, Texas. Forney, Texas is slightly higher than Richmond, Virginia. Data once again follows a somewhat similar pattern.
As a conclusion, in general, Forney, Texas does tend to have a higher temperature than Richmond, Virginia in general, especially when you look at the concrete temperatures when compared visually. But the averages do interchange as the water surface temperatures was high. Texas was higher in temperature with a difference of 5.12 degrees Celsius. Concrete surface temperatures had a difference of 3.64 degrees Celsius, with Richmond being higher in temperature. Grass surface temperatures, there was a difference of 2.88 degrees Celsius difference, with Richmond, Virginia being higher, and air temperatures, 6.86 degrees Celsius difference, and Forney, Texas was higher in temperature. And for your future reference, here's a website that we made, and if you would like to look into it even more, you can look at the website that we made on Story Maps.
Here are our references, and we're excited.
Some of the best features of the internship that we really stuck to was conducting our own research. We got to make our own website. We learned about a new program called QGIS, and we got to collaborate with others that are like-minded with the research question, as well as we got to collect our own data out in the real world.
The challenges of the internship were time constraints and very high workload, and developing a logical research question.
Reflection, SEAS took me through a new road considering I wanted to do computer science in SEAS, but instead I worked with urban heat, and urban heat actually really connected with me since Richmond is an intense urban heat island, and now that I know how much the temperature is affecting the environment, I can learn to know what I can do about it and how I can decrease the intensity in the future.
My reflection, I felt this internship was an exceptional learning experience for me. I appreciate the special opportunity to be a SEAS intern. Thank you, mentors, TSGC, and NASA. We really appreciate your time and effort in creating such an engaging program to help us succeed with STEM in the future. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you all today. We will now answer any questions you may have.
So we will have one more presentation before questions. Our next presentation will be measuring urban heat island effect on local urban land cover in Palmdale, California, and Barcelona, Spain.
Hello, everybody. This is our team, and today we're going to be measuring the urban heat island effect on local urban land cover in two cities, Palmdale, California, and Barcelona, Spain. So this is by Callie Samuel and Reza Javadi Tabrizi. So to first start off, what we wanted to try to find as a team was what type of effect would an urban heat island have on local vegetation? And this was because of our mutual interests. So to come together, we had to discuss what would our research question kind of be. And we both kind of settled on how would land cover either increase or decrease in two different environments, and how would that correlate to the intensity of a nearby heat island? So what we wanted to do was we wanted to capitalize off our study areas. Callie lives in Palmdale, California, and right now I'm in Barcelona, Spain. So how exactly would this either affect our research question, and would it cause different results? So what we wanted to do from there was capitalize on our local environment, but then also study it on a citywide scale. And that meant by observing satellite data over the urban heat island effect, and then looking at land cover and vegetation during the summer months on a 4.5-year time scale ranging from 2018 to present. Then we looked at the environment that we were living in, and I found out that for the Köppen climate classification, Callie lives in a semi-arid climate, while I am now in a maritime Mediterranean climate for Spain. As well, one other thing that I found that was kind of interesting was the USDA plant hardiness zone. For Palmdale, it's an 8B, and for Barcelona, it's a 10A. The temperatures to the side of it are when plants can thrive the most. So for a quick method, we had a bit of trouble with actually doing some remote sensing, but we were looking for land cover levels and surface temperature values, which could all be found using Landsat 8 data. And first, we had to actually go to the USGS Earth Explorer Geographic Information System. And then from there, we downloaded an application called QGIS. When we had to actually put in a plugin called the Semi-Automatic Classification plugin, and that's SEP. And then we had to pre-process the satellite bands and then perform DOS1 atmospheric corrections and brightness temperatures in Celsius. From there, more specifically, we took the two cities and then we had to obtain Landsat 8 data bands. Specifically, we had one bit of trouble with trying to do land surface temperature because we were looking for a band 11. However, there came a new update where only for Landsat 8, there is no band 11. So we only had to rely on STB10 for land surface temperature as it does the calculations automatically. Then a bit more, we had to do raster calculations in order to get the NDVI map. And that meant by doing B5 minus B4 divided by B5 plus B4. And if we took all of those bands and put it into an equation, did a raster calculation, then we would get the NDVI map and then we could green scale it. Then after that, we had to take the STB10 band and color ramp it with a red, yellow, and blue and invert it in order to get a land surface temperature map. And then from there, we would take both of the maps and try to analyze for any common relationships that we could see. So here's some of the data that we already got. We retrieved the necessary data for a research project practically from USGS Earth Explorer, but then we only use Landsat 8 satellite data on a 4.5-year timescale. And we also collected some globe observations, though not for me because I was moving around a lot and I couldn't really maintain constant observations. To the right, you can actually see Barcelona false color vegetation map for 2022. But then on the bottom, you can also see an LST map, well, actually a land cover map for Barcelona as well. And you can see that near the bottom, and I'm going to touch upon this later, there is an industrial area, and then right next to it, there's a green urban area. So once again, what we were looking for was NDVI, land surface temperature, and then land cover. The credit for the land cover map goes to Lemes Canovas. So here are some of the Barcelona data maps, and this starts off from 2018, but by there, I put in a couple of shapes, and with the industrial area that you can see with the land cover map, it's actually extremely hot, and that is because of the materials that are used there don't really do a good job of reflecting heat, and in fact, absorb it way more than other materials do, and those are asphalt and concrete that actually absorb heat, and grass and other vegetation cannot do a good job of reflecting it. So right next to it, there's the green urban area that I mentioned earlier. And that it's a darker color. And if it's a darker color, that means it's more vegetation and that it is in fact reflecting more light. And if it's a lighter color, then it means that it's reflecting less light and actually absorbing more heat. So if you have the land surface temperature map, you can see that even though they're right next to each other, there is a vast difference. And one thing about Barcelona is that there's a ton of smaller parks all over the city that are sort of sporadically scattered around, but they don't seem to create that much of a difference on the land surface temperature map, even though there are many of them. It's only with the one exception of the major green urban area right next to the industrial dockyard zone that really makes that much of a difference. Then here is another bit of Barcelona data maps. Then again, you can see that the green urban area pops up a bit more, and then you have some small darker spots that are greener, and those are the smaller parks. And they sometimes show up on the LST map, though not quite as much and are minimal.
Hi, my name is Kagadan Samuel, and this is the Palmdale 2018 LST and NDVI map. So basically on the left side is the LST, and the darker surfaces, the darker red, means it's more hot. So the circle, the lighter areas, so the circles, the farmland, they show up to be way lighter than the other areas of Palmdale in 2018, which means that it's way cooler than its surrounding areas, which supports our hypothesis that the cooler areas vegetation would have cooler areas. Now, on the right side, you'll see the NDVI for 2018 Palmdale, which is basically showing the vegetation in Palmdale. And like I said, the circled areas is the farmland, which shows in darker green, which means more vegetation. Now, this is a Palmdale 2022 and LST and NDVI, and compared to the 2018, around the farmland it's way less greener, and it's way hotter. So we wanted to correlate the less green with the more heat, which shows to be correct because around the farmland in the left side, the LST is way darker, which means it's way more hotter than it was originally in 2018. And this is just in the span of 4 years. And the right side, as you can see, there's way less green and there's way lighter green. From our personal collected data in Palmdale, California, I found that the sidewalks average is slightly lower than the dirt by 1.8 degrees Celsius. However, there's a lot of factors to this result, as smoother surfaces tend to be cooler than rougher surfaces since they have more surface area being exposed to light. And the asphalt's average was 62.4 degrees Celsius, the dirt was 57.8, and sidewalk was 56, and the grass was 36.6. However, dirt being considered the natural land cover for the area, this provided adequate heat regulation in the area compared to one of the other main focuses being asphalt. And asphalt being a major contributor to the urban heat island effect, asphalt produced the worst amount of heat regulation in this environment. But from this data, although grass is extremely effective in heat regulation, in this instance, in studying an environment where the natural landscape is sand or dirt, the best option would be left to consider what is natural versus what is not. And basically our conclusion to this is that as our data has shown that natural land cover has a significantly less temperature than contributors to urban heat island, it makes sense to assume that by incorporating them within cities, it could help reduce the effects of urban heat island by producing cooling effects. This can work by constructing these natural land covers to cover some of the contributors to urban heat island that have a lower albedo, an example, urban materials like asphalt. In everyday life, this can be seen in aspects such as increasing or integrating more grass or dirt paths and roads in place of urban material in cities to help decrease temperature over time. But why exactly is it important to incorporate natural land cover in the world? Well, first off, for biodiversity. For example, in forest lands contribute to climate regulation, water quality protection, air quality maintenance, biodiversity conservation, and erosion control, and many more. But also, like our data has shown, it regulates heat, and natural land cover can help decrease surface temperatures, hence trees and vegetation being a good at mitigating heat.
So some positives and difficulties. When we were first entering this research project, it was actually a bit difficult because we had to learn an entirely new software, and that was QGIS. But I find that after going through all of this and going through those difficulties, that it's actually quite fun to use, and the ability to learn it and continue using it, I think, will aid me in future research projects that I wish to do. Then one other thing that I was really interested in were the practical applications. So during the beginning, our mentors kind of threw us in and said, hey, just find a research question that you guys would like to do. And we sort of went running with it. When I meant by practical applications is that we had to find our own research, and even though they helped us along the way, we were rather independent in what we had to do. And even though some prospects would end up in failure and we had to try some different ways, like, for example, we were trying to find electricity usage map for our local cities and compare that to the urban heat island effect, but that didn't really work out because there weren't that many data maps for that. That's one example. While we were given independence in research, it didn't work out, but the fact that we were given it in the first place shows that we had actual practical applications in this project. And then the last thing that I really enjoyed were the soft skills and experiential learning. Again, relating back to kind of throwing us in and then letting us figure out how things work. I learned that after this, that first, you have to communicate with your teammate. And even though that may be difficult due to maybe like time zone differences, being able to talk and make sure that you understand each other and to help gets the project done and make sure that everybody is on the same page. Then I guess for difficulties, I mentioned a time zone difference. I'm in Barcelona right now and Cali is in California. But because of that, there is a very small short period of time that we are able to work with each other, where it's either too late for me or too early for her, or the inverse. And we had to schedule ways in order to make sure that even in our busy days that we would be able to talk to each other or communicate at any point in time. Then we had some processing difficulties. I said earlier that there is in fact no band 11 for what we were looking, and I almost went insane because of that, because I was constantly looking for a band 11 that just did not exist. But with the help of Dr. Femi, we managed to find the satellite bands and to get through those processing difficulties in QGIS. Then communications. Communications was sometimes difficult because of the time zone difference, and also we kind of had to go in a sort of tag team manner from period to period in order to make sure that we're doing our work. And then the resolution limit. I was saying that the smaller parks that I was thinking of in Barcelona would maybe make some sort of difference, but I was told that because of a resolution limit, that sometimes those smaller parks maybe not show up in the land surface temperature maps. So even though I was saying that there was a bigger park and it could be seen that it made a bigger difference, but the smaller parks were making a minimal difference, that may be just chalked up to resolution limit, not really showing for the land surface temperature maps. For reflections, overall, I thought this was a fantastic experience and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was educational, quite eye-opening for me, because I wish to go into aerospace engineering, and this has been like something that has been a single-minded focus for as long as I can remember. Like when I got into middle school, I had an interview with an aerospace engineer, and then I sort of just thought that would be the path. But after doing this internship, I realized that there is so much more to this field, and that with remote sensing, which I actually quite enjoy, I could be expanding my horizons. And if given the chance to do something similar to this again, I would take it and I would do better.
During my time completing this research, it really amazed me just how much effort is put into observing Earth's condition from the sky. I found it comforting to know how many people are working for the benefit of the planet, and I'm so glad that I was able to work and provide my own data to the field. It was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I will never forget, that allowed me to consider a lot of different opportunities for my career.
So for an end note, thank you so much to our C's mentors, Dr. Oluwafemi, Dr. Yutong, and Dr. Kachowski, for all the assistance they have given us. And we would like to thank the NASA C's program for allowing us the opportunity to learn, experience, and present in this internship. Thank you so much and have a good day. And to end off, here are some of the references that we have gotten over our research project.
So we invite both teams to turn on your cameras and unmute your microphones. We have several questions for your team. Team number 1, what was the most surprising temperature reading in your study?
For me, it was actually the concrete temperatures. When we put both of our temperatures from Virginia and Texas, it was pretty surprising to see Richmond was higher in temperature for concrete. So we're hoping to figure out, like, in an extension about how, like, in what possibility did Richmond have a higher temperature, because it's pretty known for Texas to be much hotter compared to Richmond. So that's an extension we're hoping to look into.
And the next question, why do you think that the grass temperatures fluctuate more than other surface temperatures?
Maybe because grass doesn't absorb. Wait, can you repeat the question again?
So why do you think that the grass temperatures fluctuated more than other surface covers?
Grass can be shaded, so that could also play a role, cloud cover over the area, because with water body, it's typically on the cooler side, while concrete typically absorbs a lot more than grass will, because concrete absorbs sunlight, while concrete absorbs light and it does not reflect sunlight, so it heats up a lot more than grass would.
Great. Team number 2, based on your analysis, how large do you think a green space would need to be before it would make an impact?
So
Okay.
I can't, sorry.
Actually, you go first, sorry.
Okay, so I can't give you an exact length or area, but it should be a decent amount. So like a park size area, or even if someone contributes just planting a little plot of grass, and then in cities, everyone's close together. If everyone else decides to follow by that person and plant patches of grass or dirt, it could build up and then it can contribute to build large areas of grass to make an impact on the urban heat island.
Great. And also for team 2, did either of you have remote sensing experience prior to SEAS? You're really doing high level work. So how experienced do you feel now?
Okay, so I'll answer this one. Before, definitely I had very little experience. I never even really got acquainted with it, but now I feel quite better. In my own time, I've just been watching YouTube videos on learning how to do different band sets, and I'm doing my own clippings of certain areas that I want to take a look at now. So I would say, yes, moderately, we've been getting better, and we both helped each other during the project to get us to learn how to use the QGIS software in order to get our respective location measurements.
And this is a question for both teams, so we'll just let either of you answer. Did you always do your testing at the same time of day?
Yeah, we decided to stick with the globe protocols and go with solar noon, which is the time where the sun's highest in the sky.
Yeah, same with our group as well.
And was there anything surprising about the research that you conducted?
Yes, we were surprised at how some of the data was similar, considering we live in 2 very different locations, but temperature of water bodies and surface temperatures depend on so much more than just location. There are other factors such as ecosystem, cloud covers, and so on that play a role.
Well, great job for both teams. We thank you for your research and we appreciate you sharing it with us today. So please welcome the next Urban Heat Island teams. We have 3 presentations, one on carbon dioxide's effect on the urban heat island and mitigation techniques, aviation heat island effect, and groundwater and the urban heat island effect.
So here is Makeda and I's project for the Urban Island Heat team for the NASA SEAS internship, and we are looking at carbon dioxide's effect on the UHIE and mitigation techniques. So our research question is, how does carbon dioxide emissions exacerbate the urban heat island effect, and how does vegetation play a role in mitigating both problems? You can go now.
Okay, so here's some background information. First and foremost is that CO2, carbon dioxide, is the primary greenhouse gas that is released by human activity. This is typically done by things like cars and farming. Next, urban heat island effect, UE, is where urbanized areas experience higher temperatures than rural or outlying areas. And urban vegetation regulates the climate mainly by shading, evaporating, and preventing CO2 sequestration.
So our study area was Columbus, Ohio, and one of our study areas was Columbus, Ohio, and we chose this area because it's an urbanized city and we can study the vegetation levels, the land surface temperature, and CO2 data from there. And then the other location that we chose was Harrison, Ohio, which is a rural location, so then we can compare the two types of data. So our method is to find one major urban and one rural city, use Landsat data, and use QGIS to pull out the NDVI and band 10 to compare surface temperature and vegetation, find carbon emissions data, and find trends within the three sets of data, and then identify how vegetation will mitigate both carbon dioxide emissions and the UHIE. So here is the NDVI data right here. And as you can see, this is Harrison, Ohio, and then this is Columbus, Ohio. With this, we have a scale. The lighter colors are toward the 0.2 end of the NDVI index, and the darker colors are toward the 0.8 one. And you can see that Columbus, Ohio does not have as much vegetation as Harrison, Ohio. So then for land surface temperature, this is Harrison, Ohio over here, and you can see that it has a lower surface temperature than Columbus, Ohio, because Columbus, Ohio has more of that red, orange, yellow pigmented color. So then here's NDVI versus LST, and you can see each time you increase the temperature by 1 degree Celsius, the NDVI number goes down by 0.0436. So this is the carbon emissions data, and the urbanized area, Columbus, Ohio, had 2.6 times the amount of carbon emissions than the rural area. So what does this mean? This means the higher amount of carbon emissions can correlate with a high LST, and a high NDVI score will result in a lower surface temperature and a lower rate of carbon emissions. And when we analyze carbon emissions, we're analyzing how concentrated they are. So we wanted to also look at vegetation and how that is, and trees can store more carbon dioxide than other plants. So this is better in the for mitigation techniques, and it can better reduce the UHIE. However, vegetation can only take in so much carbon dioxide before it starts to suppress their own growth and release carbon dioxide back into the air. Therefore, using vegetation should be a short-term solution to reducing the UHIE and carbon emissions. So we want to acknowledge.
Like to thank. Shaka, yeah. We'd like to thank everyone who has helped us. Just go.
Okay. We would like to acknowledge all of our mentors, Ms. Yutong, Dr. C, and Dr. Femi. We would like to acknowledge all of them for helping us, and Thank you very much. Highlights and feature applications. So I would like to go into some type of engineering, and this is very helpful as I would like to go into biomedical or environmental engineering. I think this this program is really good to really increase your research skills and really perfect them. I've learned a lot, especially with using QGIS. What about you, Makata?
Well, my favorite part, I guess, was using QGIS and learning about all the different satellites and NASA uses to study Earth. And in the future, I'd like to use the knowledge that I gained in this internship and progress it over to a career in aerospace engineering, whether that be working with rockets or satellites.
All right, that is our presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Shrey Joshi, and today I'm going to be presenting to you about the aviation heat island effect. So before I tell you about this, the aviation effect, let me tell you about the urban heat island effect. This effect greatly affects many cities all around the world and is characterized by a large temperature gradient seen with higher temperatures present in urban areas and suburban areas rather than the rural outskirts of a city, ranging up to 10 to 15 degrees. This gradient presents itself due to the concentrated use of materials such as concrete and asphalt in urban and suburban areas, which radiates heat into the atmosphere instead of reflecting it or absorbing it. Similarly to the UHIE, the aviation heat island effect affects airports because of the concentrated use of concrete and asphalt in the runways and the terminals of the airport, allowing it, at least hypothetically, to act the same as an urban area. The guiding question was to determine how significantly do these airports in fact act as a center for the urban heat island effect, similar to urban areas, and how these effects can be mitigated, which this question also divided itself into the central objectives for this investigation. For this investigation, the study area was Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. This reason being because of its unique half-moon terminal design allows for it to be an airport with the larger concrete and asphalt presence. And the large area of land that it takes up also presents its potential for future air traffic expansion of different terminals and other things being built, which would increase this footprint, which is why it is also one of the busiest airports in the United States, which is why this airport was selected as a study area. Dallas downtown was also analyzed as the urban area of comparison. Other airports include other future study areas include the busiest airports in the United States, from Atlanta all the way to Houston. To answer this research question, Landsat 7, 8, and 9 thermal data was collected. This data would represent land surface temperature. 11.5 years worth of data was collected from January 1st, 2012 to July 15, 2022 from the U.S. Geological Survey Earth Explorer website via the machine-to-machine API with the assistance of a Python script courtesy of ERC's UHIE intern Daniel Wong. To process this data, there were two steps: pre-processing and post-processing. This bulk of data was pre-processed similarly, which made it more efficient rather than having a variety of different processing methods for different kinds of variables of data. This Landsat 8 and 9 data was processed using a special plugin called the Semi-Automatic Classification plugin in QGIS, which is open source GIS imagery analysis. Noise reduction was performed through atmospheric correction and pan sharpening, and brightness temperature in Celsius was determined. For Landsat 7, Manual temperature processing had to take place due to the plugin not working as intended, and the equations were used as shown in the image. For post-processing, vector layer construction for the study area, the shapefile was created for all satellite imagery, and zonal statistics plugin in QGIS was used to determine the mean of LST, land surface temperature, and this data was exported to CSV spreadsheets. Here you can see the DFW airport from July 2012 to July 2022. You can see that the airport and its surrounding area, or the airport is significantly darker than its surrounding areas, signifying a higher temperature. The lighter areas signifies a special terminal that has a metal roof, which allows sunlight to be reflected in a lower temperature. Here are those same images zoomed out. You can definitely see the effect of climate change with darker colors on the 2022 image on the right. And then here you can see the graphs with the blue graph representing the land surface temperature for downtown and the orange for the airport for all years. As you can see for 2022 and 2019, these lines are very close together with only minimal differences for around 3 degrees Celsius at 3 to 5 degrees Celsius at max, depending on for all the years. And you can see that it even exceeds the airport even exceeds the downtown temperatures at some points. You can also see the 2021 and 2018 symbol having the same kind of trends, with airports staying just a little bit above, maybe in some places a little bit below. You can also see seasonal fluctuations. With 2020, there was the COVID-19 pandemic, which obviously resulted in this drop in temperature due to the decrease in air traffic. And the same trend is mirrored from 2017, 2014, 2013, and 2012, with 2016 and 2015 being 2 years in which the temperature of the downtown was typically higher than the temperature of the airport, but only by less than 5 degrees. With this data, I can conclude that airports play a significant role in the urban heat island effect of the city because of the proximity of land surface temperatures between airport and downtown. And mitigation can take place through decreasing the concrete concentration of airports through adding shades on the ramps themselves close to the terminals, and adding plants or some kind of reflective material on the top, and adding active cooling systems to the runways and the tarmac itself. But more research is needed to investigate this and further verify these results. Of course, this entire project would not have been possible without the mentors of the UHIE program. Dr. C, Dr. Jang, Mr. Femi, and Mr. Ishfaq all really helped me out in determining my area of research and helping me get the data that I need and process it. And of course, this entire SEAS program would not be possible without our wonderful SEAS coordinators, so a big shout out to them as well. Some reflection throughout this entire process. Some challenges include designing a research project, especially in remote sensing, where there's tons of data available from all different kinds of years, and essentially managing it in a way to determine a specific objective with specific processing. And of course, this huge learning curve of learning almost the entire field of remote sensing and how to process it in just about 5 weeks is very difficult to do. And I found that particularly a challenge to process 11.5 years worth of 200 images worth of data. Best parts was I got to engage in novel research that's typically done by graduate students, and I gained long-term connections with mentors. And the SEAS program further influenced me to become an aerospace engineer, to both work and educate during college research novel technologies and continue my research into the aerospace industry. And these are the references for this project. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to our discussion of the relationship between groundwater thickness and the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect, or the UHIE, is caused by an abundance of artificial surfaces in an area. Surfaces such as asphalt and concrete absorb more incident radiation from the sun than natural surfaces, and thus heat the area around them further, increasing the temperature in that area. This is most often seen in urban areas like cities where there are a lot of artificial surfaces, hence the term urban heat island effect. As these surfaces are impervious, they will often prevent infiltration of rainwater and runoff to groundwater storages, preventing recharge, which we hypothesize will create a correlation between the strength of the urban heat island effect and the quantity of groundwater in an area. As such, our research question is, what is the relationship between the quantity of groundwater in an area and the strength of the urban heat island effect? For our study area, we chose to examine the 100 largest cities in the US, the goal being to reduce noise in the data through a very large sample size. For each city, we collected data on the quantity of groundwater and the strength of the urban heat island effect. To begin with, we first have to answer, how can we measure groundwater? We retrieve groundwater levels in an area from Graysdale, which only has a 300-kilometer spatial resolution. This means that we have only one data point for each city, just determined from its latitude and longitude, that quantifies the amount of groundwater beneath it. That data was downloaded through the NASA PODAC drive, with the latest data sets being used corresponding to August of 2022. Our data processing was generally on the order of, first we would download the data from the NASA drive, then we would use Python and open the dataset with the netcdf4 modules, which are Python libraries. We can then extract the land water thickness measurements from the dataset and store, and in combination with a JSON file with all the information about cities, we can use the latitude and longitude measurements from that file to get the corresponding water thicknesses under each city. And we would then plot this against the corresponding urban heat island strength measurements on a scatter plot to see if there was any correlation. The GRACE data in general, for example, is really just one image. As you can see here, it corresponds to, for example, in this case, darker areas have more water and lighter areas have less water, and there's just numbers for each of the different points. Measuring the urban heat island, we decided to employ the techniques described by Wang Si et al., where we define the urban heat island effect as the difference between the average temperature of the urban areas of a city minus the average temperature of the surrounding suburbs. That is, as you can see here in equation 1, written a bit more formally. Our data flow was thus as follows. We would first retrieve the Landsat 8 imagery from the USGS machine-to-machine API. We then isolated the urban and suburban pixels in the image using the Artificial Surface Index, or ASI, as defined by Zhao Yonggan and Zhu Jie. We normalized the ASI to correct for atmospheric distortion. We then set thresholds for that normalized ASI that help identify the urban and suburban pixels. And we then are able to compute the urban heat island effect, since we now know which pixels are urban and which pixels are suburban, so we can compute the average land surface temperature for each of those, as described in equation 1. As an example, for part of this process, consider the following image. This is the Artificial Surface Index for the New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania regions. That is the tri-state area in general. After filtering, we're able to obtain the following maps of the urban and suburban areas, which you can see here. Looking at a reference image of the population density of New Jersey obtained from the US Census, we can note how the identified urban areas align very well with the locations of New York City and Philadelphia. The suburban areas also line up quite well. They surround the urban centers and match the semi-populated regions of the reference map. After having measured the strength of the urban heat island and the groundwater level for every city, we went ahead and created the scatter plot of the data. Ultimately, we found that there was no significant correlation between the equivalent water thickness as measured by GRACE and the strength of the urban heat island effect. A linear fit of the data produces an R value of 0.14, indicating no correlation. As such, we have identified several reasons why no correlation was observed. I mean, of course, to begin with, it's possible that there just is no correlation in the first place. But if there was, we suspect that there are a few things that could have masked it. Firstly, The GRACE data is measured in equivalent water thickness relative to a baseline that does not depend only on water. That is, so the GRACE does not just measure the quantity of land in an area. By calibrating it with a baseline, it is able to detect changes in Earth's gravitational field that correspond to the motion of groundwater. And we were unable to find a way of compensating for this at this time. Additionally, atmospheric distortion is an additional source of uncertainty to our land surface temperature measurements. While we correct for this while computing the artificial surface index through normalization, we can't do the same thing with the land surface temperature, since normalizing it would, of course, ruin the land surface temperature values. We're getting it's in degrees Celsius. You can't normalize that. We thus conclude that there does not appear to be a significant correlation between groundwater quantity and the strength of the urban heat island effect in a city, but more research is definitely needed to confirm these findings. Thank you. And here you can see some of our references. Additionally, we would like to give a big thank you to Dr. Itong, Dr. Olowafemi, and Dr. Chakowski for their assistance throughout the program. Additionally, we thank the NASA Seas Initiative for the wonderful opportunity to learn more about satellite data. Thank you, and we will now open the floor up for questions.
So we want to invite all students from the 3 teams to please turn on their cameras and unmute their mics. We have questions for each team. So for the carbon dioxide team, what are some of the carbon emission sources for Harrison and Columbus, Ohio?
So most of those come from fossil fuels and AC systems. Most of it is because these cities need to generate electricity, and when you generate electricity, a lot of the carbon emissions are let out from that.
And what might be a long-term solution for reducing carbon emissions?
Reducing the amounts of fossil fuels used when creating energy. So yeah.
And for Shrey, what inspired you to look at airports as related to the urban heat island effect?
As an aspiring aerospace engineer, my vision is to ensure long-term sustainability within the industry, and airports are a part of the industry that's quite overlooked in terms of ensuring long-term sustainability. So I wish to create a novel project that would bring attention to the contribution that they have to the urban heat island effect and climate change.
So although you took on a project by yourself, I know that you did interact with other interns. How can you describe how that impacted you and your experience?
Definitely the interaction with others and other interns was quite rewarding because they gave me tips on, especially Daniel, who helped me out a lot with data extraction and especially using the machine-to-machine API. His advice was invaluable and made this project go a lot smoother. And of course, just having a company with people, like-minded people who may have had, some of them who had more experience in remote sensing data than I did, really helped out for me to find my way within this novel field.
And Daniel, how did you think about the very different data resources and resolutions for data sets, GRACE versus Landsat?
So essentially, GRACE was such a large spatial resolution that you could only get one number for the amount of groundwater under each city. That was relatively straightforward. So what you ended up having to do was you want an average urban heat island effect strength for each city so that you end up with one number from both, essentially correcting for the different spatial resolutions. So you would basically average the one with a higher resolution so that the resolutions were roughly equal.
Well, each of you have done an amazing job. We appreciate your resources and your presentations today, and so we thank you. Our next series of presentations will be from the astrobiology teams. One of the current advancements in astrobiology is the discovery of many types of extremophiles. Extremophiles are microorganisms that live and thrive in environments that would be fatal to us. Students brainstormed questions and researched these unique microorganisms, including those that thrive without oxygen, live in high temperatures, and under chemical distress. Our thanks to Terry Henry for her guidance and assistance in mentoring the astrobiology teams. So please join me in welcoming the Extremophiles in Industry team.
Hello, I'm Sophia.
I'm Sophie.
I'm Mariana.
And I'm Ria, and today we're going to be talking about extremophiles in the industry. First off, extremophiles are organisms that thrive in extreme environments with the help of their enzymes, extremozymes. Because of this, they're incorporated into various parts of society. Today, we're going to be focusing on thermophiles, radiophiles, and halophiles.
So our overall goal is to use extremophilic technologies from existing industries on Earth to develop uses in space and on Mars.
In order to accomplish our goal, we first had to decide on which extremophiles to research and technologies on Earth that utilize those extremophiles. Then, we have to research characteristics of the extremophile we choose. Next, we have to derive ideas for how these traits can be used in technologies in space and on Mars.
First, we research current and potential uses of extremophiles on Earth as well as their impacts. Though not yet prevalent, the use of halophiles to make bioplastics has huge potential because of its positive environmental impacts as well as its lower energy usage.
Thermophiles are widely used as an excellent choice for producing yogurt. Lactobacillus bulgaricus is a probiotic that has the potential to treat and cure a variety of disorders.
D. radiogerans, a specific type of radiophile, is able to clean up radioactive waste and spills by consuming the pollutants of a spill.
Here are some possible applications of extremophiles in space that we brainstormed. The halophile Halobacterium salinarum is used in the production of bacteria rhodopsin, a protein that serves as a light-driven proton pump. Although not yet used commercially, a potential application for this protein is the conversion of sunlight into electricity. Although there are already existing systems in place on spacecrafts to convert sunlight into electricity, perhaps an alternative solution, such as the use of halophiles, can find some use in other areas, such as to potentially power other smaller devices.
Thermophile Trichoderma spp has been known to suppress the growth of plant pathogenic microorganisms, prevent root rot disease, tolerate unfavorable environments, which in turn aids in regulating the rate of plant growth. If astronauts will be growing some of their own food and growing their plants, they cannot risk any dangers since they will be so far away. Using Trichoderma spp could help reduce the number of issues that could present themselves on the way to Mars.
Gold is a material that is utilized in spacesuits because it can reflect infrared light and protect an astronaut's vision from the sun's rays. Although gold is scarce, D. radiogerans has been able to synthesize gold nanoparticles in an environmental friendly way. Furthermore, studies have shown that D. radiogerans has successfully demonstrated the formation process for gold nanoparticles with interactions of various gold ions.
Here are some possible applications of extremophiles on Mars that we brainstormed. On Earth, many industrial processes result in highly saline water. Several processes involving halophilic microorganisms have been proposed for the treatment of such waters for recycling. The existence of extremely briny water on Mars is supported by evidence such as imaging data and meteorites. Research shows that certain halophilic microbes, such as the bacterium halonairobium, may be able to survive in a Martian brine. This could mean that potentially the use of halophilic microorganisms for water treatment could also extend to Mars or other planets with briny water.
Biomining is the use of microbes to extract valuable elements from rocks and soil, such as copper. ESA scientists announced that they have successfully extracted rare earth minerals from vessels inside a small bioreactor on board the ISS using bacteria. The BioRock experiment was designed to simulate the microbial harvesting of elements from rocks similar to those found on Mars. The BioRock experiment demonstrated that biomining is one method with future potential for extracting useful elements from rocks to support a long-term human presence beyond Earth. The use of thermophiles in this scenario could be advantageous because the higher operating temperature will increase the rate of the process while also eliminating the energy input for cooling the system.
Radiophiles have the ability to withstand extreme radiation. Prolonged exposure to UV rays can lead to potential skin cancer due to DNA damage.
However, the metabolic products generated from radiophiles allows it to protect an organism's DNA by repairing it. Thus, by incorporating it into the cosmetic industry through the form of sunscreen or other facial products, radioderms will be able to hopefully prevent these cancers from occurring when on Mars.
Overall, extremophiles prove a more effective, eco-friendly, and unique way of developing technologies and establishing industries on Earth, in space, and on Mars.
One of the highlights of this program was learning about extremophile and their uses. One of our challenges is that since we're hypothesizing and modeling possible future applications, it was difficult to find data and information that prove our solutions to be available.
Overall, we are forever grateful for this opportunity and the skills that all of us have learned and developed.
Thank you everyone for your time.
Our next presentation is from the Europa team.
Hello, my name is Sridharthi Kuram.
Hello, I'm Anaya Berry.
And I'm Aaron Powers. In this presentation, my team and I will investigate the abilities of a polyextremophile in an extraterrestrial environment and determine the application of the results on human space exploration.
Extremophiles are organisms that can survive in extreme conditions. Our project was to research an extremophile and then determine the ideal location to send the extremophile for its survival in space. To begin with, we will observe how they adapt and react to new environments. Finally, we will discuss our discoveries and research and how it could be used by humans for future research and the development of new technologies.
Our background research began with examining the Deinococcus radiodurans, a polyextremophile that is able to withstand dehydration, extreme heat, freezing temperature, as well as high doses of radiation, making these bacteria the most likely to survive in environments outside of the Earth. The Deinococcus radioduran is able to use oxygen to produce energy from organic compounds and reproduces using binary fission. However, the most fascinating characteristic of this bacterium is its ability to repair chromosomal damage and resist environmental stress that could be lethal to other organisms. An example of this would be radiation. This extremophile is able to absorb about 1.5 million radiation absorbed doses before losing basic function. After conducting research, our team concluded that exposing the Deinococcus radiodurans to extremely high levels of radiation in space would obtain the most beneficial results for improvements in space exploration.
We also determined the ideal location to send Deinococcus radiodurans was Jupiter's icy moon, Europa. Europa's surface consists of a solid icy sheet, and beneath the surface, experts believe, is an ocean of liquid water and slushy ice. Europa also has a thin atmosphere that is primarily composed of oxygen. The presence of water on Europa has made many wonder if life could survive there. However, the high radiation levels on Europa makes life seem impossible for most organisms. Due to Deinococcus radiodurans' resistance to radiation and DNA reparation, we have concluded that they would be the ideal organisms to survive on Europa.
This leads to the goals of the project. How are Deinococcus radiodurans able to resist intense radiation, and how can the radiation resistance help future humans when exploring Europa? With knowledge about the bacterium and the selected environment, this project would assist space exploration by observing changes in a life form outside of Earth, as well as changes we can make in the future to help humans while in space.
When exposed to radiation, the organism undergoes oxidative stress, where there is an imbalance between the reactive oxygen species and the antioxidant capacity of the cell. For example, high doses of radiation damage the internal biomolecules, which induce double-strand DNA breaks, or DSBs. The bacteria, however, have high oxidative stress resistance and are also able to repair broken DNA. The organism follows a two-step DNA repair mechanism that allows Deinococcus radiodurans to completely reassemble its radiation-shattered chromosome from hundreds of short fragments. The first phase is a process named extended synthesis-dependent single-strand DNA annealing. Newly synthesized complementary single-strand DNA extensions appear to anneal so that DNA fragments are joined together, forming long linear intermediates. The second phase involves Rec-A protein-mediated break repair. Rec-A-dependent homologous recombination is conducted to become circular chromosomes with DNA patchworks of double-strand DNA blocks, connected by those synthesized before and after radiation exposure. In total, the bacteria are able to combat environmental stress factors by constantly repairing DNA breaks.
If we were to send Deinococcus radiodurans to Europa, the ideal location would be the Pool Crater. Images from the Galileo spacecraft showcase bright white rays stemming from the crater. These rays may indicate the existence of fresh water in fine ice particles, in contrast to the darker brownish areas around the crater. The possible presence of freshwater is attractive for sending Deinococcus radioderans because, although they can function without water, it is ideal for survival. The extremophile's ability to survive in colder temperatures gives it an advantage in the environment. The bacterium is most radiation resistant in temperatures around -79 degrees Celsius, allowing the extremophile to survive in Europa. Although these cold temperatures are not ideal for growth, it pushes the extremophile to react and adapt to Europa's environment.
A gene editing process called CRISPR can be used to create DSPs, which could then be used to change the genetic code of human cells. After replicating the Deinococcus radioderans DNA and allowing it to conduct replication processes with the use of the REC-A protein, the DNA can then be inserted into the double-strand breaks of the human DNA, allowing for an increase in radiation tolerance to help astronauts survive on places like Europa. Along with this, after observing the bacteria, we can see if the Deinococcus radioderans had evolved in any way due to the environmental stress. This could help predict the changes in humans as they explore the moon, as well as see what other life forms we could send into space.
A few of our highlights from the NASA SEAS program this year was being able to tune in for the Astrobiology speaker series. Our exposure to the amazing research and opportunities, as well as interacting with our helpful and collaborative peers. The challenges we had to face were working virtually, limited resources on our topic, as well as the theoretical concepts.
Our team had an amazing experience with this internship. We enjoyed working with each other, and this opportunity solidified our interest in space science.
We appreciate the time you have spent listening to our presentation. Thank you.
So our next presentation is on extremophile evolution.
Hi, I'm Stella Madsen.
I'm Adrian Darlington.
I'm Santi Spindale.
I'm Laura Guo, and this is our presentation on extremophile evolution. Going in, we had a few questions that we used to guide our research, which were things that we wanted to know by the end of our project. We examined the origin of extremophiles and their adaptations, focusing on specific traits that allow them to survive in high-stress environments. NASA's Cell Science 04 experiment aimed to study the same thing. They sent tardigrades to the International Space Station last summer, but have not yet published results. Looking forward, we also thought of how the way extremophiles adapt to space could be helpful to human space travel in the future. And these are our findings.
So where do extremophiles come from? They are believed to be closely linked to the first common ancestor of all life on Earth, which likely came from hydrothermal vents in the Earth's oceans. From there, extremophiles filled all the environmental niches on the young Earth's surface. And this likely happened due to horizontal gene transfer, which probably occurred between extremophiles, bacteria, fungi, and much more, giving extremophiles their ability to quickly adapt to extreme conditions. And one organism of particular interest right now is the polyextremophile called the tardigrade. DSUP, a protein unique to the tardigrade, which protects from hydroxyl radicals, has been found to also protect human cells from radiation in space. And tardigrade's closest living relative, the nematodes, or roundworms, have also been found to potentially help as a pesticide for interplanetary crops. So now that we know how they evolved on Earth, let's see how they might survive in other parts of our solar system.
Spectacularly, some endolithic extremophiles may have what it takes to survive on the harsh conditions of asteroids. Based on meteorite falls, it is estimated that over 10% of near-Earth objects, which are potentially hospitable to endoliths temperature-wise due to their proximity to the sun, are of the CH spectral class, meaning that they can contain water or hydrated minerals. Among the thousands of known species of endoliths, many may be able to survive in the harsh conditions posed by asteroids, especially considering the fact that they can live deep below rock, shielding them from extreme radiation. These endoliths may be able to feed off the hydrated minerals abundant in CH-type asteroids. But what do these speculations mean for us in the history of life? These findings support the theory of panspermia, that life originated somewhere else in our universe. Panspermia has been around for over 2,000 years, when the philosopher Anaxagoras coined the term from the Greek word panspermos, meaning containing all kinds of seed. Additionally, meteorite falls have also revealed that the bases of DNA can all be found on asteroids. So could extremophiles, such as endoliths, have been a seed from the heavens? It's certainly possible.
Life on Mars. Many believe that life could be on Mars because it has key components to life, but is lacking some as well. Mars formerly had water and has ice underneath the surface. Mars has an atmosphere and other similarities to Earth like seasons and landforms. However, Mars lacks a significant amount of oxygen and it has no running water on the surface right now. Which extremophiles could possibly survive on Mars? 3 extremophiles that people believe could live on Mars are methanogens, which are methane-producing archaea, Deinococcus radiodurans, which is the most radiation-resistant bacteria, and tardigrades, which are nearly indestructible. What's stopping these from living on Mars? Despite most of these being able to survive the extreme conditions, they likely would not have the nutrients to reproduce. Even if they could reproduce on Mars, NASA and other space agencies across the world have said that they don't want to colonize other planets with bacteria, microorganisms, etc.
There are many moons, such as Enceladus, Europa, and Callisto, with subterranean oceans and hydrothermal vents that could be potential homes for thermophiles or psychrophiles, organisms that can survive in extreme hot or cold environments. However, if we were to send extremophiles to space, it would be very difficult to get them to these subsurface oceans because they're under miles of ice. These are a few highlights from our time at seas. These are our short individual reflections. And here are our sources.
So we want to invite all students from the 3 teams to please turn on their cameras and unmute their mics. We do have a question for each team. So for the extremophiles and industry team, how widely are extremophiles used in Earth industries?
Yeah, great question. So they are used for a variety of different, used in a variety of different environments. So radiophiles, there are some sunscreens that do incorporate them because of their ability to block out the UV rays. And also, like we discussed, thermophiles do have the ability to also be utilized in like bacteria and the fermentation process. But there still could be a lot of potential.
For the Europa team, in your research, did you come across any other polyextremophiles?
We came across multiple ones, but none of them really compared to the Deinococcus radiodurans, such as the way it's able to resist radiation, heat, microgravity, and etc.
And how would the process of taking methanogens to Mars be? That's for the extremophiles evolution team.
If we were to like send a mission to Mars, we have taken like tardigrades to the moon before and to the ISS, so it'd be similar to that way, like in order to transport them, just like put them on a spacecraft. But there would definitely be different ways we could help them survive on Mars once we get them there.
And for the extremophile evolution team, since extremophiles are so hardy, do we know what instruments sent to the moon and Mars haven't already been introduced to them?
Oh, you can take it.
Okay, so it's pretty unlikely that we would like accidentally send extremophiles to places that we've been already, since like NASA in general is pretty careful about that. So yeah, it's unlikely that they would be there.
Well, I found your presentations very interesting. And I appreciate your presentations today. So thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your research. So we want to invite you to watch highlights of the James Webb Telescope first images, followed by NASA SEAS alumni videos highlighting their accomplishments and the value of their internship during this 20-minute intermission. We will continue with student presentations at 2:10.
Every image is a new discovery, and each will give humanity a view of the universe that we've never seen before.
This image, as we're looking at it, what we're seeing is not just all the galaxies, but there's a cluster here. And, it's really, there's so much detail here. We're seeing these galaxies in a way that we've never been able to see before.
These images are going to remind the world that America can do big things. And they remind the American people, especially our children, that there's nothing beyond our capacity, nothing beyond our capacity.
Today represents an exciting new chapter in the exploration of our universe. This telescope is one of humanity's great engineering achievements.
This stunning vista of the cosmic cliffs of the Carina Nebula reveals new details about this vast stellar nursery. First of all, of hundreds of new stars that we've never seen before. We see examples of bubbles and cavities and jets that are being blown out by these newborn stars.
See lots of individual stars in there actually resolved as point sources, which is remarkable. Then as we pan across, we actually see the galaxies in the merging galaxies. We now see gas and dust, which is being heated up in the collision between those galaxies.
What you're seeing here is the telltale signature, the chemical fingerprint of water vapor in these atmospheres. There's evidence of clouds and hazes because the water features are not quite as large as we predicted.
Eye-opening. Emboldening. Unbelievable.
Transformational.
Fun.
Fantastic.
Enlightening. Inspiring.
Inspiring. Inspiring. I am inspired by the competence of the students, by the growth during the time that they're here, and by their enthusiasm for the program.
The STEM Enhancement in Earth Science program that NASA, the University of Texas, and the Texas Space Grant Consortium is offering really does provide students that spark and the excitement about pursuing STEM degrees in college.
SEAS really opened my eyes to sort of aerospace engineering and planetary science, which is something that I really just hadn't had exposure to.
The work that we did on our internships is related to the work that I'd like to be doing the rest of my life. And it really solidified my confidence in the fact that this is what I want to do when I grow up.
Made space science seem a lot more practical and tangible than it would have if I had just read about it in a textbook.
They are actually helping the scientists analyze Earth-observing satellite data that science mission experts are providing.
There are very few chances for students of my age to work on real and highly relevant projects, and every project within the SEAS program grants this rare opportunity.
It's one thing to have a question and Google it, but it's another thing to have a question about Mars and have someone who actually studies Mars for a living answer.
But it's really, really hands-on. You get to work on real science, on real NASA projects with real NASA scientists. Just a really incredible experience that you're not going to find anywhere else, and that's a very rare opportunity for high schoolers.
And I will never be able to thank everyone who made this possible with words, because from this moment on, my future has been rewritten, and I'm just very thankful.
Hi, my name is Sunari Patel.
My name is Aiden McLaughlin.
My name is Anavi Opal.
I'm Keegan Fong. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
From San Jose, California.
I'm from Palmer, Alaska.
And I'm from Seattle, Washington.
From Montclair, New Jersey. And this summer, I became a NASA scientist.
And this summer, I became a NASA aerospace engineer.
I became a NASA researcher.
I became a NASA astronomer.
My name is Nikki from Columbia, South Carolina. This summer, I became a NASA researcher. I decided to apply because I've never had the opportunity to learn about space exploration or astronomy other than from a book or from a classroom setting, but I thought that this internship would give me the opportunity to have a more hands-on experience.
And my school didn't offer a lot of opportunities to learn about aerospace or astronomy, so I thought that this internship was a good way to learn more about the subject area that I wanted to pursue later in life.
And I decided to apply because the level and the depth of the research being done in SEAS was unparalleled by any other program.
To actually have the opportunity to work with NASA scientists and professionals in the STEM industry, it seemed way too good to be true.
After working alongside scientists and engineers at the Center for Space Research and listening to dozens of professionals share about their jobs, I now have a better understanding of what my career might look like someday and of the steps I need to take to get there.
The internship helped me prepare for my future career by allowing us to work together in a team to complete a project with both time and resource constraints. We engaged in serious debugging efforts involved with real-world programming, cultivating patience and attention to detail.
It was unlike any other team project I had ever been a part of, because every one of us was so passionate and excited about what we were working on.
I'm really glad that I was able to have this experience before my senior year, because I don't know what position I would be in if it weren't for this internship.
And I feel that I have all the tools that are necessary now for pursuing a job at NASA in the future.
So going into this program, I honestly wasn't entirely sure what I wanted to do. Definitely coming out of this program, I know that I want to be an aerospace engineer. I want to work in the aerospace industry. I want to be a part of what I was able to experience with the program. And so that guidance specifically is something that I have to thank the internship for, because without the program, I would still probably be lost trying to figure out what I want to do as a career and major in college.
But it has also made me consider other careers relating to space, such as engineering and planetary science. I most likely wouldn't have considered these other options if it hadn't been for the experiences that I had at SEAS.
This internship has really reinforced how I see my future career, in that it has provided me the confidence to continue with computer science.
SEAS has reinforced the idea that I want to work with NASA, and it also told me that it's possible. Before SEAS, I thought I was overreaching by thinking I'd be able to work with the great minds at NASA, but After Seeds, I know that I can do it because I have done it and it was amazing and I'd love to do it again.
The Seeds internship led me to realize that my dreams of someday working for NASA are much more within reach than I had once thought. I don't have to be a genius to work for NASA. I just have to be dedicated and willing to work hard.
They showed me how doing what you love can change the world.
NASA Seas helped me become a software engineer.
They really helped me gain my confidence in the STEM field and made me realize that I could translate my passion for science into a successful career.
The STEM Enhancement in Earth and Space Science Internship is an intensive, nationally competitive program for 10th and 11th grade students. SEAS, a partnership between the University of Texas at Austin, Texas Space Grant, and NASA, provides students the opportunity to conduct authentic research while being mentored by NASA's subject matter experts.
SEAS helped me solidify my desire to work in the space industry.
It was so surreal to have the opportunity to meet NASA scientists and engineers, as well as meet other students as passionate about STEM as I was.
SEAS helped me improve my teamwork and collaboration skills by placing me in a professional environment early in my career.
90% of SEAS alumni have gone on to major in STEM in college, preparing them for careers in science, technology, engineering, and math.
SEAS gave me the confidence to pursue further research opportunities in science and technology.
The SEAS program has helped me become a better researcher and scientist. I use the skills that I learned within the SEAS program that summer every day in my current field of biomedical sciences.
Former SEAS interns have gone on to become Back to Space student ambassadors, presented at professional conferences, won national competitions, attended Ivy League schools, received scholarships, and interned with companies such as Google and NASA.
SEAS has helped me get into college and land internships.
I first heard of NASA's Pathways Co-op program on the SEAS tour, and I'm happy to say that I started my first term as a NASA co-op this spring.
The SEAS program in 2016 was my first experience with programming or any sort of computer science, and now I am studying computer science as a junior at Vanderbilt.
I helped start an astronomy club at my school after SEAS. SEAS helped me become more ambitious and believe in myself more, which I'm always thankful for.
These amazing students attribute their experience and their growth to participating in the SEAS program. Here's an example of how students have been affected by this nationally recognized internship.
I always cite SEAS as the program that put me on the path that I'm on now.
And I think it was an experience that I would never forget.
But best of all, SEAS reminded me that there's so much more for me to learn. And I was left feeling excited for what discoveries the future will hold.
Overall, the Texas Space Grant Consortium through NASA and the SEAS program has helped me become a more confident and better student. And through the amazing network that SEAS helped me develop, that has translated into me becoming a better person and contributor to the world of STEM.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go from mission control, the crew reignite the exploration upper stage engines to leave Earth entirely. The exact timing of this maneuver is critical to reach a speed that can escape Earth's gravitational pull, but also put Orion on a course that will intersect the Moon days later. Once this burn is complete, the upper stage of the SLS is jettisoned and the crew aboard Orion coast for several days toward all that awaits them at the Moon. Approaching the Moon, we see the fundamental differences between Artemis and Apollo. Instead of requiring Orion to serve as an expendable lunar command module or to carry a constrained lunar lander, the Artemis missions will take advantage of a different approach: pre-staging. Everything needed for lunar missions will be positioned in advance by commercial and international partners. This includes rovers, science experiments, and human-rated systems on the surface. But it also includes a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the Moon called Gateway. Here at this station, we can pre-stage a robust lunar lander and establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the Moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the Moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all that lies beyond. Returning to our crew as they approach Gateway, the Orion must match the elliptical orbit of the station in order to successfully dock. Once on board, pre-selected crew members transfer to the lunar lander, while those assigned to Gateway remain on station. The lunar lander system itself is built for 3 unique steps: descending from the halo orbit of Gateway down to a low lunar orbit, descending from low lunar orbit to the surface, and once the lunar mission is complete, launching from the surface of the Moon and ascending all the way back to the orbiting Gateway. Once back aboard the Orion spacecraft and undocked from Gateway, the crew fire their engine once to break out of the halo orbit and once again to sling the spacecraft around the Moon, placing it on a multi-day trajectory back towards Earth. As they near the end of this journey, the service module is released, and the crew module is oriented heat shield first. Entering Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, the friction of air slows Orion considerably, while also subjecting it to temperatures of 5,000 degrees. With the Orion now at just 300 miles per hour, a series of parachutes uniquely tested and produced for this moment deploy, decelerating the craft to just 20 miles per hour for splashdown. With each successful mission, Artemis ushers in the next wave of men and women to explore our Moon and prove that together we are ready to go beyond.
Welcome back to the SEAS 2022 Science Symposium. The Earth System Explorers virtual internship engages interns with NASA satellite data products, as well as digital tools that scientists use to monitor and document our changing landscape and climate. This year, teams focused on land cover change and the public health threat of mosquito vector-borne diseases. We are fortunate to have the expertise of several scientists and educators as mentors to this outstanding group of students. Our thanks to Dr. Rusty Lowe, Cassie Sofing, Andrew Clark, Peter Nelson, and Dr. Erica Podest as mentors for the Earth System Explorers Group. Please welcome the Mosquito Habitat Prediction using Time Series Climate Forecasting and Deep Learning team.
Hello, my name is Christopher.
My name is Jay.
And mine's Ravnor. And this is Mosquito Habitat Prediction using Time Series Climate Forecasting and Deep Learning. Due to climate change, mosquito habitat ranges have expanded globally, introducing mosquitoes to new ecosystems. As we have experienced with the West Nile virus, mosquito populations bring vector-borne illnesses, and predicting them have become a top priority. Using data and modeling techniques, larvae development can be forecasted to allow for proper mosquito prevention. So our objective, we use the mosquito abundance model. So we inputted atmospheric data, and then each data point represented a specific location from the United States. And then our output was mosquito larvae count from the GLOBE database.
And after this, we conducted time series forecasting for climate variables. And our input was historical records of atmospheric data taken from different areas in the United States. And the output was future atmospheric conditions until the year 2050.
After that, we fed our future climate predictions into our model to identify the future mosquito habitats.
So this is our model. So our data collection, so we got our weather data from Weather Underground and Weather UX, and our specific points on the US was obtained from the GLOBE Mosquito Habitat Mapper. It was referenced before. And then we use a Z-score standardization for the data and log transformation of the mosquito larvae counts to predict an accurate model. And the data set had features of daily mean, maximum, and minimum temperatures for each of the points, the monthly precipitation in each point, the days of precipitation and elevation to get all the geological variables.
To predict mosquito abundance, we assembled a deep neural network consisting of 6 dense layers, each with 64 hidden nodes. The inputs were temperature, precipitation, and elevation, which are those ecological variables, and the output was the log scale of a mosquito larvae count. Looking at the performance of the neural network, we can see that the model was able to converge on training data. However, there was suboptimal convergence for validation data with an R value of less than 0.5, which means a moderate correlation. So the model performance could definitely be improved for this historical validation data with optimized data, just because GLOBE does have some invalid entries and outliers in the data. So looking at climate forecasting, which is our second task in the research phase, we had accomplished time series forecasting for climate variables by using an LSTM architecture with 32 hidden units, and the process of time stepping is illustrated on the screen here. So we collected historic atmospheric records of our regions of interest, and this enabled us to forecast mosquito habitats by feeding these predicted future variables into the previous model that I had mentioned.
These are the results of our analysis for future mosquito larvae habitat identification. Here is a map with the mosquito larvae counts across the US. We see that the area with an abnormally high larvae concentration seems to be in the west and southwest, spanning the states that are part of the Rocky Mountain Range, and as such, have some of the highest average elevations in the US. Today, mosquitoes aren't present greatly in high altitude regions since the temperature is lower. This shows how climate change and increasing temperatures specifically will drive mosquitoes into the high altitude regions. The reason some areas have high larvae count growths on the coast is due to urbanization and high population density, such as New Jersey, rather than any change happening due to the coastal locations themselves. We selected the state of Texas as a region of interest for further analysis, as Texas contains a steep elevation gradient, ranging from high altitude areas of the Rockies in the west to the Gulf of Mexico coast on the east. For analysis, we divided Texas into 10 ecoregions and did climate forecasting on each of these regions. We'd see that the mosquito counts grow the greatest on the western region of Texas, with moderate larvae abundance growth in the eastern region as well. We also forecasted climate variables in Texas till 2050. As seen on the left, precipitation will increase most in eastern Texas, while temperature will rise most greatly in the high altitude western region.
So the conclusions we had the results from the Texas Climate Division analysis support the general trends observed at the national level, so it can be used across the U.S.
And the second conclusion was similar to what Jay had mentioned earlier, which is that these higher altitude ecosystems will eventually grow more suitable for mosquito habitation as temperature increases.
Our third conclusion is that high altitude regions that haven't had high larvae counts in the past will now be more prone to mosquito inhabitation and disease transmission.
So our next presentation is on analyzing the effect of hurricanes on mosquito population patterns.
Hello, today we will be presenting our research titled Using Globe Observations to Analyze the Effect of Hurricanes on Mosquito Population Patterns.
In order to reduce the transmission of vector diseases by mosquitoes, it is essential to understand the patterns of mosquito populations, since they have the potential to be greatly affected by hurricanes, which are large storms that form over warm ocean waters that tend to result in a variety of long-lasting damages. Mosquito population studies incorporate citizen science, in which the public voluntarily helps to conduct research through the global learning and observations to benefit the environment GLOBE application, which allows citizens and scientists to collaborate in monitoring changes in various Earth systems.
This research focused on the city of Miami specifically, due to its location on the southeast coast of Florida, where more hurricane data and history was available for analysis. Additionally, due to it being an urban area, comparatively more mosquito observations were made on the Globe Observer app. Thus, with its high population density and susceptibility to hurricanes, it is important to determine how future hurricanes will impact mosquito population patterns in the area.
Thus, our research question was, how do hurricanes affect mosquito population patterns in Miami, Florida from 2017 to 2022, and the frequency of citizen science contributions through Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper observations.
This research was conducted by collecting simultaneous field observations from several sources. Firstly, data from all hurricanes that affected the Miami-Dade County of Florida from the years of 2017 to 2022 were gathered from various national hurricane databases.
We also utilized a research paper about the community composition of and abundance of vector species mosquitoes in Miami-Dade County by Wilk et al., who established a mosquito surveillance system in the county. After collecting almost 3 million mosquitoes in the area from August 2016 to November 2018, they are able to find the prevalence of each mosquito species per season.
Lastly, research from the Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper database was used to determine how hurricanes also influence mosquito habitat reportings in the affected area.
Prior to analyzing the data dataset was cleaned. Once data cleaning was complete, the data would be saved as a CSV file for parsing. After collecting data from these 3 areas, a Python script was written to analyze the differences and similarities between them. The code was written with the Jupyter Notebook computing platform using the Matplotlib and Pandas libraries in the OS and Daytime modules. The code script was then used to visualize Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper data into several graphs.
The first result can be seen here, which depicts the dispersion of larvae counts observed through the Globe Observer app in Florida from 2017 to 2020.
Then, this information was demonstrated on a scatter plot and a line graph. The figures here show the relationship between the time of the mosquito habitat observation and the larvae count reported for the observation as a scatter plot and line graph, respectively.
Our research revealed a trend connecting hurricane occurrences and mosquito populations. Firstly, the mosquito populations of the most abundant mosquito species in Miami-Dade County appear to experience rapid population growth, reaching a local maximum in the months following intense storms. The increase in mosquito populations due to hurricanes could be the effect of flooding. The CDC states that floodwaters give rise to floodwater mosquitoes. Secondly, the data on mosquito habitat observations also show bumps in the data near the dates of hurricanes and tropical storms. An increase in mosquito habitat observations could be the result of flooding, damaged infrastructure creating breeding sites, and an increased number of mosquitoes bothering human populations.
The storms that we studied occurred around similar times of the year. With no mosquito data for storms that appeared earlier or later in the year, it is possible that our data coincidentally lined up with natural seasonal population growth of mosquitoes. More data is needed to confirm our findings.
Our research showed that hurricanes increase mosquito population based on their density. Data showed large increases in mosquito population following intense hurricanes and minor increases in mosquito population following less intense tropical storms. Our results also showed evidence that hurricanes have a larger effect on mosquito populations than on mosquito habitat observations.
Should more data be available, a more in-depth analysis could be performed with the hexagonal bin plot, parallel coordinate graph, or Andrews plot graph. Furthermore, once data surrounding several more varied hurricanes and tropical storms is analyzed, trend lines for each analysis can be graphed against each other in order to discern a clearer pattern.
Thank you to the SEAS sponsors, mentors, and our peer mentor, Uma.
Our next presentation is from the Forecasting West Nile Virus Infections team.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I'm joined by my co-authors Aiden, Francisco, and Starlika. We're excited to present our research project, Forecasting West Nile Virus Infections, a machine learning approach to epidemiological monitoring.
We have a problem. Mosquitoes are vectors for a number of serious illnesses, one of which is West Nile virus. In the United States, West Nile virus is the leading mosquito-borne disease. As there are currently no vaccines to prevent West Nile virus, nor medications to cure it, government agencies must sustain financially taxing programs to monitor mosquito populations and West Nile virus infections in an effort to prevent West Nile virus outbreaks. In our study, we provide a solution. 4 machine learning models that forecast West Nile virus infections in humans, enabling government and healthcare officials to take proactive action instead of reacting to real-time infection data.
Our research approach is informed by and builds on prior literature. We began by reviewing machine learning models that were successfully applied to mosquito prediction tasks. Support vector machines and random forest regressors emerged 2 of the strongest options. Then, we analyzed prior work's feature selection and found that they predominantly relied on ecological variables for model input, as environmental factors drive mosquito population and vector dynamics. We used the correlations found between various papers' ecological input and mosquito output to select the input for our models.
These findings guided our methodology. We used GLOBE citizen science data to select and analyze our area of interest. We began by plotting GLOBE mosquito habitat mapper data using ArcGIS. In doing so, we found that Los Angeles, Riverside, and Orange counties had a significant amount of GLOBE data. The consistent GLOBE data available in these areas, despite the opportunistic nature of citizen science data collection, demonstrates the significant impact of the local mosquito population on the community. The Californian government also provides ample data on West Nile virus infections in these counties. Furthermore, the GLOBE land cover observations in our AOI revealed variable vegetation throughout the mosquito season, providing ecological patterns we could use to predict West Nile virus infections. We decided to include humidity, temperature, precipitation, wind speed, AQI, and EVI in our ecological input. We averaged this daily data into weekly data that aligns with the CDC's MMWR epidemiological week structure. We padded missing values in our time series using means calculated across each year's mosquito season.
Previous studies emphasized the importance of time lag. We also implemented a time lag in our data by graphing our ecological variables and West Nile infections, then shifting the ecological variables forward to align them better with the West Nile virus data. We tested various time lags and found 5 weeks to be the optimal value.
We trained 3 support vector machine regressors and 1 random forest regressor. Here's what we found. Keeping in mind the RF and SVM work on different scales, when we look at overall RMSE, the RF regressor clearly displays stronger performance than the SVMs. However, when looking at MAE, the 4 models display rather similar performance, with the RBF SVM ultimately outperforming all other models. This variation is likely a result of the nature of the error metrics MAE and RMSE. MAE is linear in nature, therefore it penalizes all errors equally, while RMSE is nonlinear and weights errors that are larger in absolute value more heavily. With this understanding of our error metrics, we can conclude that the RF regressor is indeed stronger than the SVMs, as it is less likely to produce an error that is large in magnitude. Here is our random forest feature importance. Temperature emerges as the most important feature and precipitation as the least important, while EVI, AQI, wind speed, and humidity are all of similar importance. So, to recap our findings, random forest regressors proved to be most well-suited to our prediction task. However, they had a strong counterpart in the RBF support vector machine regressor. Our results show that not only are AQI and wind speed non-negligible in their importance, they are also almost as important as EVI, which is a measure of vegetation, and humidity, both of which are well known to be critical for predicting various mosquito characteristics. Our methodology and results hold valuable insight for the development of early warning systems that aid healthcare and government officials in preparing for and preventing incoming West Nile virus outbreaks. Our predictions are particularly valuable when assessed from a resource allocation standpoint, as the 5-week lead time they provide can aid healthcare providers in predicting when they must increase capacity. This early notice is critical to avoiding preventable deaths.
A big thank you to Dr. Lowe, Ms. Sofing, Mr. Nelson, Dr. Podest, Andrew Clark, and Juliana Schneider for their support.
Please welcome the next team using forest fire data to improve machine learning modeling of mosquito abundance.
Welcome to our presentation on using forest fire data to improve machine learning modeling of mosquito abundance. I'm Haley, and I'm here with Raymond, Krish, Ashman, and Zarar. A worldwide issue is that mosquitoes carry several deadly diseases, and with climate change expanding their range, their threat to public health is increasing. In the past few years, researchers have developed machine learning models that predict mosquito abundance, and our research aims to build off of that and explore novel variables such as forest fire data. So we asked ourselves, how can we develop an accurate machine learning model that explores the significance of forest fire data in mosquito abundance? And we chose Shasta County in Northern California as our study site since it has ample mosquito abundance data and has been heavily impacted by forest fires in the past 12 years.
To start, we collected mosquito abundance data from the Shasta MVCD, who set up gravid and CO2 traps to collect the data. We used Google Earth Engine to access satellite data for temperature, humidity, NDVI, and precipitation, which were our base variables. We also used Google Earth to access our novel fire data, which we used to create our own fire metric in order to accurately compare pixels with fire to pixels with no fire. In these graphs, we can see that NDVI, humidity, and temperature all rise and peak together with mosquito abundance, while precipitation is different since in our area of interest, it rains in the winter instead of the summer.
Before training models, we optimized lag, which is a popular technique for mosquito abundance prediction. We did this by trying 0 to 26 weeks of lag and using what gave us the best correlation. This is what the graph shows. We found that no lag worked the best for every variable except humidity, which uses 3 weeks of lag. Here are our random forest regressor models. We selected the best variations of each feature by training many models. The accuracy measurements are found in the table. Minimum temperature did better than mean temperature. So the final model was trained with minimum temperature, humidity, precipitation, NDVI, and fire. Every model was optimized using Bayesian search. For our results, we calculated variable importance to see if fire had an impact. Although fire had the lowest importance, it was still positive, meaning it helped predict mosquito abundance. It makes sense that it is low since fires don't happen often, so this is quite a good result for fire significance.
To overview the final model performance, the root mean square error of the model was about 3.95. This means the model had a very accurate population prediction as depicted by the graph on the slide. In this study, our overarching goal was to investigate the importance of wildfire data on mosquito populations. We tested 2 random forest regression models, one which leveraged the wildfire data and one which did not. While it was concluded that wildfire aids the accuracy of the model, researchers should continue to emphasize factors such as minimum temperature, humidity, and NDVI. For lag, we found that months of lags that were used in past studies did not aid our research, as lag times vary depending on area. We also found differences in variable choices, one being humidity, holding a stronger correlation with mosquito abundance compared to precipitation, something which goes against past studies. Lastly, we decided to utilize data collected from gravid and CO2 traps to mimic a more natural environment, something we recommend other researchers do in their prediction models.
So all in all, our final model was able to predict mosquito abundance with unprecedented accuracy. And this was largely helped by the unique addition of the wildfire data, which we incorporated into our project. We also found that lag times did not affect the accuracy of our model substantially, contrary to initial beliefs that different lag around the world would have to be accounted for. Future work in our research project might delve into implementing feature variations for every mosquito abundance model due to changes in feature variation from AOI to AOI. And finally, we'd just like to thank Dr. Rusty Lowe, Ms. Cassie Sofling, Mr. Peter Nelson, Mr. Andrew Clark, and the rest of the SEAS team for the opportunity of this internship. And we'd like to give a special thanks to our mentor, Juliana Schneider, for facilitating this and helping us throughout the process. Thank you.
Terrific. So please join me in welcoming the Predicting Culex Mosquito Habitat and Breeding Patterns in Washington, D.C. using machine learning models.
Hello. Our project is predicting Culex mosquito habitat and breeding patterns in Washington, D.C. using machine learning models. As background information, Culex mosquitoes are the most common species of mosquitoes. They carry the West Nile virus and the Zika virus, and they're populated virtually everywhere around the globe. Currently, there is no established system that predicts these mosquito-borne disease outbreaks, which makes several societies prone to these deadly diseases. Machine learning models are useful tools in predicting trends and operational patterns. We've chosen and tested 4 of them. Random forest, which has several decision tree, support regression, which is based on a linear regression, and multi-layer perceptron, which is a neural network algorithm. We've also referenced multiple studies that give us information on environmental variables in mosquitoes.
We chose Washington, D.C. as our AOI location because of 3 main reasons. 1, it has a humid subtropical climate. It has a high precipitation percentage, and it is a major public health threat for the West Nile virus. So this brings us to our research question of how can we predict Culex mosquito breeding patterns in Washington, D.C. with globe and open source data utilizing machine learning techniques. So we started with 3 sources: globe data, Giovanni Earth data, and then the Washington government data. We trained that data and created our regression models, as you see in the picture. So we found that most of the globe land cover data was concentrated in Ward 3, and we speculate because of these lower container removals, there will be higher breeding habitats. So for our data features, we did average skin temperature, specific humidity and precipitation, as well as enhanced vegetation index, also known as EVI.
We found the p-values using an ordinary least square regression model, and found that most of the data was more statistically significant with no lag, which was against our initial hypothesis that the real lag in the data due to the lengthy incubation period, and we had a significant threshold of a p-value less than 0.05. For our data features, we found that there was a positive correlation, and they were all statistically significant because they had a p-value less than 0.05. When we were processing our data, the data was measured twice a week during 2016 to 2017 and once a week for the rest of the data. We only kept the data for female mosquitoes because we were focused on predicting mosquito growth. And we collected the average number of mosquitoes per trap per day for the dates at which the mosquito traps were set. And this is a sample code from our random forest training model. And like all our models, they were made from scikit-learn Python package, and the hyperparameters we're testing using its grid search cross-validation tool. And we decided to use a 730 training testing split.
When testing our 4 models, we decided to measure them in 2 different metrics, the mean absolute error and the root mean square error. Each gave a measure of the model's performance. We found that random forest performed the best in both metrics, while support vector machine performed the worst in root mean square error and multi-layer perceptron performed the worst in mean absolute error. However, all models were performed very similar as the ranges of each metrics were all below 1. Here's a graphical representation of the performance of each of the models. Random forest had a clump near 5 mosquitoes, but each point was relatively close to the line, while decision tree had a bunch of predictions in a line, which is an example of not a great fit. Support vector had all its predictions less than around 7, meaning that it was unable to predict any high values, and multi-layer perceptron was more similar to random forest, but its predictions were farther off. We also found that the model struggled to correctly predict the values for the days July 24, 2018 and June 28, 2016, which had the 2 highest data points. When these 2 points were removed, the random forest regressor was able to significantly improve.
So these 2 data points did have higher values than most of the environmental factors, and overall the change in environmental factors doesn't necessarily compare to the average number of mosquitoes in the area. So our research presented an analytical and consistent viewpoint between the relationships of mosquito abundance and environmental factors, and we found that EVI was the most influential factor. And even though our machine learning models were fairly accurate, there were still many sources of error, one of them being due to the opportunistic nature of recording mosquito abundance in an AOI. We didn't have complete mosquito abundance data, so it wasn't as accurate as we hoped it to be. So to conclude, random forest regression models provided us with the best model, even though all models provided us with very similar results. And in the future, we hope that this machine learning model will be used to aid various public health organizations. We want to thank our team mentors and the SEAS program for giving us this special opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. So I invite all students that just presented to please turn on your cameras and unmute your mics. We have a question for team 1. Was there anything surprising that you found in predicting mosquito hotspots? Anyone from team 1? This is the mosquito habitat prediction using time series team.
Was that question intended for us? Because if it was, I think one thing that we found surprising, like we mentioned in the presentation, was that actually these areas of high elevation that don't currently have a large mosquito abundance in the present will have a higher mosquito abundance in the future. So just noting that change into the future was a surprising result.
And for team number 2, analyzing the effects of hurricanes, how would you expect hurricanes to increase mosquito populations?
Well, hurricanes can cause damage to infrastructure and flooding. And as mentioned in our presentation, floodwaters give rise to floodwater mosquitoes, which does cause an increase in mosquito populations compared to when there is no flooding. And furthermore, damaged infrastructure can create areas for water to gather and stay, creating more habitats for mosquitoes to use. And even if a hurricane does not cause infrastructure damage, the heavy rains of the hurricane would result in water gathering in various already existing areas and creating mosquito habitats that way.
Forecasting West Nile virus infection team, how did you choose or down select your environmental factors?
So we chose our environmental factors based on past literature review, and we determined what was significant by graphing each factor and analyzing the graph for common trends between the ecological factors and West Nile virus cases.
And the predicting Culex mosquito habitat, did you gather and have enough data for your analysis?
So that was one of our biggest issues, was because we only had data for around 3 years. We only had 108 data points in total. And because we had to split them for testing and training, eventually for testing, we only had around 30 data points, which we didn't think was quite enough, but we were still able to get accurate enough results.
And for the same team, why do you think the random forest model was a better predictor?
We think that basically because random forest is comprised of various decision trees, it is better at stopping overfitting, which might have led to it being the best model.
And for the West Nile virus team, did you have any unexpected results in your study? And if so, what were they?
Yeah, so I think the most surprising result was with regard to air quality index and wind speed. So during our literature review, we encountered conflicting opinions on the importance of AQI and wind speed. Some researchers argued that these metrics could indirectly measure the environmental limitations on mosquito flight, meaning the mosquitoes couldn't be as effective in transmitting the disease, while others said they have no significance. So our random forest regressors feature importance placed AQI and wind speed at about the same level of importance as EVI and humidity, which are well known to be significant indicators of mosquito population and vector competence. So our result states that AQI and wind speed are quite important in predicting West Nile virus infection.
For the forest fire data team, what inspired you to research fire and its effect on mosquitoes?
Yes, so I'll answer this. We did a lot of research on both aspects separately, and when we looked at mosquito models, we saw what factors are taken into consideration when these models are created and to predict future mosquito abundance populations. And when we looked at forest fires burn vegetation, disrupt water, and disrupt air quality. And these are consequences for nearby mosquito populations. And as we saw that many of these models not incorporate forest fires, we were intrigued in seeing how forest fires will influence the results of mosquito abundance population models.
Yeah, and adding on to that, with climate change, forest fires have been increasing, so we thought this would be a pretty urgent area of research.
Great. For the mosquito habitat prediction team, how did you predict the value of future climate variables?
Like we mentioned, we use an LSTM architecture, and I think the second part of the question was actually why we didn't use existing climate models. So I want to address that real quick. The reason was because we wanted to go in depth into our specific regions and design kind of an end-to-end process. So we actually collected historical time series records for each of these regions, and then we trained LSTMs on each of them, and then we extrapolated into the future. So this actually resulted in a high accuracy approach that could not be mimicked by existing models.
And this is for any of the teams. When observing mosquitoes, was there anything that you observed that was difficult to identify? Anyone want to answer?
Maybe when we had to use mosquito traps and collect larvae. So there's also like larvae from many other insects maybe. So we had to classify which ones and which specific species they could have been. So like that would have been a confusing part, like trying to find out the specific differences in like it's like near microscopic insects.
Great. And this is also a question for any team. Are these models being implemented in Python, or are you using a no-code ML software?
I can take this one. So we use Python because it gives you a bit more control over the model. And also you can do more things with pre-processing the data, like lagging it as many teams did.
For the mosquito habitat prediction team, did you use TensorFlow in your research?
Yes, we did.
And the forecasting West Nile virus, how would you test your model output in the real world?
Well, we could test our output in the real world by giving it to governmental organizations so that they can prep for mosquito outbreaks. So our findings contribute to the ongoing research and development of early warning systems for disease prevention. So our model's ability to forecast West Nile virus infections 5 weeks in advance can aid healthcare and government officials in preparing for and working to prevent incoming West Nile virus outbreaks. So, for example, with a 5-week lead time, which we had in our model, government officials can initiate another round of aerial sprays against Culex pipiens. So the mosquito that carries West Nile virus, and healthcare officials can expand their capacity and treat West Nile virus symptoms.
Well, you have all done a wonderful job with your research. Thank you for sharing it with us today. And we appreciate your well thought out research. So our next team presentation is on predicting mosquito abundance in Chicago.
Hello, and welcome to our series presentation for our research paper titled Predicting Mosquito Abundance in Chicago Using Remote Sensing Climate Data and Machine Learning. Our team is comprised of 4 members who appear in this order: Alan Monteiro, Shil Daran, Daisy Lee, and me, Giovanni Victorio.
Recently, there's been an increase in cases of vector-borne diseases due to mosquito outbreaks, in which few proven or scalable measures have been implemented to try and combat them. Summertime has more mosquitoes compared to other seasons due to climatic factors and an increase in outdoor activities. Climate and overall weathering conditions influence on mosquito presence have been previously studied. Temperature has a significant impact since warming boosts reproduction rates, number of blood meals, and prolongs mosquitoes' breeding season, except for the case in which temperatures are too high and exceed their survivability limits. Precipitation is the most unpredictable parameter, since its influence depends on mosquito-specific habitats and species, often with different lag times in between high precipitation rates and higher mosquito frequencies. Relative humidity, if too low, can cause mosquitoes to become inactive. However, if kept between normal and high rates, does not have any significant changes to mosquito presence. Machine learning has been used before for disease prevention and been relatively successful, however often limited to using neural network and SVM models. We'll be trying out different models to try and correlate climate variables and abundance classifications. All this background research and initial considerations lead us to our 2 research questions. Can supervised machine learning models predict mosquito abundance based on temperature, humidity, and precipitation? And if so, which model performs the best?
Our study aims to use remote sensing climate data from 5 Chicago summers between 2017 and 2021, along with mosquito trap data collected by the Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper Protocol, as well as the City of Chicago data portal, where mosquito trap recordings were used to predict mosquito abundance. To acquire the data, we saw the regular weekly mosquito traps and the recordings in both the Globe and the City of Chicago database, and we found the locations of those traps and drew a bounding box around it, assuming that's Chicago. We drew the bounding box in an interface called Giovanni, which is one of NASA's websites that allows you to access and visualize climate data, especially remote sensing data. So we then got area average time series for 3 different climate variables of interest that are correlated to mosquitoes, including surface air average humidity, relative humidity, surface air temperature, and the daily precipitation. Moving on to the machine learning process, we first had to clean the data where null values were deleted from the climate data, and they were aggregated into weekly averages for the 5 Chicago summers of interest. And the final data set was then put through the machine learning pipeline in the Orange data mining software, where data was pre-processed using the equation here to make the data more sustainable for algorithms that are more susceptible to differences in data. And then we ran it through the 6 machine learning algorithms of random forest, neural network, naive Bayes, support vector machine, k-nearest neighbor, and add a boost. We then used confusion matrix to see the true positive, false negative, and true negative rates of each of the algorithms, and we used those values to get different accuracy scores such as classification accuracy, precision, recall, area under the RUC curve, and the F1 harmonic mean between precision and recall. Our results showed that the random forest and AdaBoost, which are ensemble learning methods, were the best at classifying mosquito abundance events. And this could be due to the low generalization error of these algorithms, especially since the AdaBoost algorithm was built on top of a random forest for our study. The worst algorithms were the neural network, the k-nearest neighbor, and support vector machine algorithms, which is ironic because most disease prevention machine learning studies in the past utilize these algorithms.
In summary, we use machine learning to predict mosquito abundance in a more cost-effective manner to prevent diseases in smaller communities. And it's very important that we do this in order to help place preventative measures against these vector-borne outbreaks before they can even take place. And the high performance of machine learning algorithms give us hope for more climate and non-climate variables. For example, we could take into consideration socioeconomics and even land cover. In the future, we would like to investigate the correlation between algal blooms caused by eutrophication and mosquito habitat data. We could even use satellite imagery to detect natural mosquito breeding habitats with models trained on land cover data. And sensors could be placed at mosquito traps to record the true microclimates of those sites. And finally, future GLOW protocols could be implemented, such as those in pedosphere, including soil characteristics and more data on soil nutrient levels.
Thank you for watching our presentation. We would like to thank all of our SEA's Earth System Explorers mentors, as well as our peer mentor, Alexander Greco.
Please welcome the next team, West Nile virus, relation to population density, precipitation, and elevation.
West Nile virus, relation to population density, precipitation, and elevation. After conducting our preliminary research, we decided to focus on the spread of the West Nile virus in Texas and the specific mosquitoes that transmit them, the Culex species. In order to understand our research topic, we needed to first understand how mosquitoes transmit diseases as vectors. This is a 5-step process in which a female mosquito ingests infected blood from an infected host. Germs are then passed from its gut to its body, where it multiplies inside of the mosquito. And if the multiplying is successful, after 2 to 3 weeks, the germ will travel to the salivary glands, where it will be transmitted to new hosts. So after taking this research into consideration, as well as other factors such as population density, precipitation, elevation, and temperature, we were able to devise our research question. How do various environmental factors affect the spread of West Nile virus in Texas counties?
So most of our data was gathered from the CDC's data on West Nile virus, specifically in 2018. And we also used 2010 US Census data in order to find the population density. We also used Globe Observer citizen science data in the form of an ArcGIS map that we could overlay over our final map. And we used, in order to develop our model, we used heuristic labs, symbolic regression function to determine correlation between different factors in West Nile virus cases. And population density and other climate variables were inputted into our own equation, which could estimate the total amount of cases in a certain county. So in order for this to work, we had to make quite a few assumptions. There were that the only factors affecting the spread of West Nile virus were the factors that we used in our model, and that the amount of West Nile virus infections and the population density of each region that we took into account is roughly constant from 2004 to 2018. That way we can use old data without being worried about being inaccurate, and that the July high temperature is representative of the temperature's effects on climate throughout the entire year. And we also effectively ignored climate change. In order to prevent overfitting, we used a training test segment data or split of 66 to 34 as opposed to 80-20, which is the industry standard. And we also limited the complexity of the model. On the right is the decision tree that we used to produce the final equation.
So here are some maps that we made of our data using ArcGIS. You see we have a map of precipitation, number of West Nile virus cases, temperatures, and population density by county. And the equation that we got and the variable impacts as well show a strong correlation between the population density and the number of West Nile virus cases, and a much weaker correlation with precipitation and elevation, as you see on the bottom right. And we found that there's basically no correlation with temperature, and this is probably because the temperature difference between the counties is pretty minimal. It's also worth knowing that all the variable coefficients are actually positive, pointing to a direct correlation.
While doing our project, some of the limitations that we faced were in regards to the time constraint and due to the sparsity of the data available to us. With more time, we felt that we could have reached a different level of complexity with our research project by being able to work with factors other than the current environmental variables that we identified as the focus of our project. In addition, the globe data that we worked with was often from the same concentrated areas of Texas, and we lacked further information from the more rural counties of Texas, causing our research to be influenced and centered primarily around the more populous areas of Texas, which had submissions rather than Texas as a whole. With regards to furthering our research, we hope to utilize the equation that we have to predict the transmission of diseases other than the West Nile virus by using the same or similar methodology that we used in the research project, to identify possible relations and mitigate the transmission rate of diseases. In addition, we hope to do more research into factors outside of environmental conditions that affect the rate of infection of mosquito-transmitted vector-borne diseases. Last but not least, we hope to modify the equation that we produce to work with different scales of data in a more efficient manner and to also work with different programs and programming languages so that it can be an effective tool in the public health field. And these are the sources that we used.
So our next presentation is analyzing the West Nile virus 2014 outbreak in Orange County.
Hello, I'm Tristan Perkins.
I'm Marvel Hanna.
And I'm Catalina Barrientos.
And we analyzed the West Nile virus 2014 outbreak in Orange County, California. Each year, around 700 million people contract mosquito-borne diseases, and currently, there are no vaccines to prevent these diseases, so the only way to prevent infection is to slow the spread. The best way to do this is by finding potential mosquito breeding sites and destroying them. There are a multitude of factors that can contribute to potential mosquito breeding sites. During our investigation, we used these three major questions to help guide our research. We used these three questions as they help to link mosquito disease spread to more environmental factors. It helped to narrow down our research so we knew what to focus on, and it helped us to file the selected data into categories so we could better analyze the results.
We then analyzed the historical data of a few factors. We first used Globe Observer's data mapping to look for data collection sites from the area and dissected the data to add to our background for the area. We observed 23.3% of the land covered to be standing water that is habitable for mosquitoes.
We also collected data from our Earth Online for our 3x3 area of interest in Orange County. We found that the area of interest largely consists of impervious surfaces, and this represents a very small part of Orange County, but as you can see, the human footprint is larger by the larger percent of impervious surfaces than other areas. This could be related to how humans are also leaving a larger footprint in terms of waste.
We then used Orange County mosquito habitat data in order to get the mosquito disease data for recent years in Orange County. Once we had the mosquito data, we used the National Weather Service and NASA's Giovanni software in order to get precipitation data for Orange County during the years 2011 to 2018. We then used Google Maps to locate and identify recycling centers. And once we had the data for those three variables, we graphed them and looked for common trends throughout the years from Orange County's open access data.
We then conducted a t-test for two independent means with a significant threshold of a p-value less than 0.05. We conducted the t-test to statistically show that the average precipitation for 2014 was statistically lower than that of 2011 through 2018.
Then the mean of West Nile virus cases is 4.225. Because of the outbreak in 2014, that swayed the data. The outbreak had almost 9 cases per 100,000 people in Orange County. That was almost 3 times as much as the next highest outbreak of cases during the 8-year time range. The factor graphs comparing the state of California to Orange County were consistent during the year of 2014.
We found that the average precipitation for 2014 was not statistically significant when compared to 2011 through 2018 because the p-value was greater than 0.05. However, when we compare the p-value for 2011 and 2013, the p-value was less than 0.05, meaning that it was statistically significant and rejects the null hypothesis that states the mean of the two populations are equal. Also, dendroecological studies indicate that there may be a lag in terms of weather conditions and outbreaks that result from it. From our results, we found that when there's a relatively low precipitation, there's higher cases of West Nile virus, and this may be likely due to an increase in waste that could provide potential breeding sites, such as artificial containers.
Using Orange County waste management data, we predict that though the drought was the major cause of the 2014 West Nile virus outbreak in Orange County, the increase in waste production also contributed to the rise of the infection. This stresses the importance of the need for an increase in waste management in Orange County as it provides a sanitary environment, decreases West Nile virus human cases, and improves the economy. Some future studies should investigate the correlation between West Nile virus human cases with distinct environmental and social factors. And additionally, future studies should expand the research to the states, country, and varying parts of the world that need the information. and he or who would like to acknowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the effect of roof design on mosquito activity.
Hi, I'm Karina Galusha, and I'm presenting with Brianna Blue, Harshini Kandurthi, and Jesus Ramos. This is our research, the effect of roof design on mosquito activity. Previous mosquito research surrounding buildings has focused on preventing mosquitoes from entering homes by closing eaves or screening doors. However, we wanted to see what architectural designs have the potential to prevent mosquitoes at their source by reducing standing water. We asked how and if roof designs and materials affect the drainage of rainwater and mosquito population. Specifically, we focused on 4 elements: roof shape, materials, drainage systems, and vegetated rooftops. In our background research, we learned that pitched roofs, which have a slope, allow rainwater to run off rather than build up in puddles, as it's more likely to do on flat roofs. We also tested common roofing materials, including shingles, clay tiles, concrete, and metal. We saw that gutters can sometimes become potential mosquito habitats, so we asked in our research whether more frequent cleaning of gutters would prevent these mosquito habitats. Vegetated or green roofs retain more rainwater than bare roofs, which are often built with impervious materials, meaning that standing water is less likely and mosquito activity is reduced on green rooftops.
Methods. We conducted a survey on SEAS interns across the country and world, analyzing the following: roof shapes, roof materials, and how often they clean their gutters. We analyzed globe mosquito habitat mapper data through ArcGIS and used Google Earth images to find the difference in each area. Mosquito data. This slide is on Chatham County in Georgia, which had a mosquito population of 46,246. Some things in common in this county is that they have asphalt and shingle roofing. Another thing is that most roofs are unclean and have a lot of debris on top of them. And another thing is that the houses are very close together and not spaced out a lot. This next slide is on Emanuel County in Georgia, which had a mosquito population of 2. You may ask, why is this such less than Chatham County? And some of the differences is that Emanuel County has metal roofing, and they also have different color roofs. You can see on the bottom left that there's red, blue, gray, and white. And another thing is that these houses are much more spaced out, which gives the mosquito less chance to harbor their larvae on top of the roofs.
This was a survey that we used to gather data on what roof shape, material, and maintenance schedule that the respondents had and how that related to the amount of mosquito encounters they had. Overall, we received 60 respondents by asking fellow interns and family and friends willing to respond. With relation to roofing materials, the most commonly used and accountable materials were asphalt shingles and clay or concrete tiles. Overall, participants reported that asphalt roofing is less likely to promote mosquito activity than clay or concrete roofing. Coming to roof shape, all the participants either had flat or pitched roofs. Comparing these responses, it was concluded that the pitched roof, as hypothesized, does not encourage mosquito activity as much as flat roofs. Finally, when it came to roof gutter maintenance, participants were grouped based on whether they cleaned the gutter on a regular basis. It is recommended that roof gutters are cleaned every 6 months. Those that met this standard were grouped as regularly cleaning. Though the data shows that the mosquitoes were encountered more often by those who did not clean their gutter, there were factors such as varying climate, participants' facilities, and ability to clean gutters, as well as their knowledge of roof gutters that were not necessarily considered. Thus, the data was deemed inconclusive.
In this research, we concluded that the best recommended to use for roof material would be metal, and as well as to form a pitch-shaped roofs to prevent the growth of mosquito breeding habitats. Although asphalts and shingle roofs are recommended and also commonly used, mosquitoes are less likely to be attracted to the metal material when it comes to using it as a roof. With these findings, it could be beneficial to future building developments and community planning in mosquito-dense areas to ensure that the built environment presents mosquito larvae sites, therefore lessens the possibility of the outbreak of mosquito-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue. Hopefully, this research inspires future research into creating more accurate representations to the extent of roof influencing mosquito populations in the surrounding environments. For this research, we would like to thank TSGC NASA SEAS program, as well as Dr. Hussein Mo, Ms. Cassie Sophie, Mr. Peter Nelson, Dr. Erica Potus, Andrew Clark, and Sylvie Wanser for their help and guidance, which made this project possible. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming the next team, the correlation between annual precipitation and West Nile virus in the U.S.
Hello, my name is Christine Num, and I'm with Juliana Pledgy and Grace Toman. Our group researched the correlation between annual precipitation and West Nile virus cases in the United States.
Due to anthropogenic climate change, precipitation rates are rising globally, negatively impacting the Earth's spheres. Knowing that mosquitoes rely on water sources for breeding, our research began by asking how this increased precipitation may affect the mosquito breeding and density across the United States. To understand this relationship, we looked towards West Nile virus records as a potential indicator of vector density. Our hypothesis is that as precipitation increases, so does the quantity of mosquito breeding habitats, and thus the West Nile virus vector density, allowing for a greater volume of West Nile virus cases per location. This research was also completed to understand how precipitation contributes as one factor of West Nile virus case rates. We hope that from this research, we will be able to identify those states in most need of educational outreach and funding, dependent on the relationship defined between precipitation and West Nile virus cases. With these research objectives in mind, we are answering two questions. The first question being, what is the general correlation between annual precipitation and the number of West Nile virus cases recorded in the United States? And the second question being, can this defined correlation then be used to designate U.S. states as most at risk versus least at risk for rising West Nile virus cases in view of the increasing rates of precipitation nationwide?
We collected data from three main sources. The first was the CDC, finding out the amount of West Nile virus cases in each state across the country. Then we collected each state's annual precipitation values from the NOAA. These two data sources provided the numbers that we needed to analyze the relationship between annual precipitation and West Nile virus cases. The last way we collected data was using the globe visualization system to see what areas of the country people are providing information regarding local mosquito habitats. Then we analyzed the data by using the numbers for annual precipitation and annual West Nile virus cases per state, and using the Pearson's correlation coefficient. We found a very weak inverse relationship between these two variables. As shown in the graph, even the line of best fit is skewed by outliers, so we concluded the precipitation should not be taken into account as a way of affecting an area's risk for spread of West Nile virus. So no areas should be given more resources for disease prevention and treatment due to their increase in precipitation. In our analysis of the globe data, we then saw that in more urban areas, there seemed to be more reports of mosquito habitats, like in cities like San Francisco. However, in more rural areas like the Midwestern states, there's a lot less data being reported, and we interpreted this as showing that there's a lot of areas in the country where people are just generally more aware of mosquitoes in their breeding, and some places that might need more outreach and education regarding the spreading of mosquitoes and mosquito-borne diseases.
Our data shows a general weak inverse relationship between annual precipitation and West Nile virus cases. This weak relation cannot be used to make a concrete conclusion, and more environmental modeling will be needed to fully understand this relationship. Research with other variables such as temperature and population density should be fully explored and used in conjunction with the relationship found with precipitation. Additionally, methods for next experiments and research could be improved by focusing on a smaller sample size. With more research, states with the highest risk could be determined and helped by slowing the spread of disease. Furthermore, research could be provided to treat the disease, educate citizens to prevent mosquito breeding, and build better storm water drainage systems. Before we end, we'd like to thank our sponsors, mentors, and peer mentors who all made this possible. Thank you.
So we want to invite all of the team members that just presented to please turn on their cameras and unmute their mics. We have several questions. So the first question is for the Predicting Mosquito Abundance in Chicago team. What was the learning curve for you in using Giovanni, data preparation, and ML?
There's a very big learning curve, especially since I don't think any of us have ever used remote sensing data, and that was something that our mentors had helped us with. And also the data preparation was a big step because there's a lot of data we had to clean. The Giovanni had a lot of missing values for some of the data. So those are the two main steps, but I had some experience with the machine learning, which was very helpful.
And another question for the Chicago team is, why did you choose to do a true false for mosquito abundance?
We mainly chose to do true false because of my experience with machine learning, and also because we were mainly looking for peaks and not necessarily the regression values. And a lot of the times with just those three factors, it wasn't, we tried regression, but it wasn't very accurate.
And also for the Chicago team, how do you think your data from Chicago represents the rest of the state?
We think that it's very different from the rest of the state, especially because in urban areas, there's a lot of microclimates, and there's different factors that go into play in urban areas that that are like different in the rest of like Illinois. And that's something that we tried to look at in the future, looking at different factors such as agriculture that exists in the rest of Illinois other than Chicago.
Great, thank you. The West Nile virus population density and precipitation team, why was it important to make the assumptions that you outlined?
Just based on the limited amount of data that we had, as well as the limited amount of time, it was important that we make some assumptions to basically simplify the model and allow us to actually like complete our research and get results. Also, we had a serious problem with basically the symbolic regression function overfitting the data, which basically means that it's coming up with a bunch of correlations that don't really exist. And so we had to simplify in order to remove those.
And for the same team, if you had more time and data, how would you have expanded your study?
We were thinking that had more time, we would probably have used the same or a similar methodology that we use for the current environmental factors that we use as the focus of a research project, like precipitation, temperature, and elevation. And we probably would have focused on different factors, maybe like more social factors, or like social factors that affect mosquito-transmitted vector-borne diseases, or maybe even other environmental conditions that we did not use or focus on in our current research project. We might have also tried to modify our equation to accept inputs from these other environmental variables, and also ensured that our model and equation are more compatible with all different types of programming languages.
Great. So this question is for the West Nile virus 2014 outbreak team. Why did you choose recycling centers to represent waste management?
So we decided to use recycling centers because whenever there would be an increase in the intake of recycling centers and recyclable goods, we would be able to figure out that there would be less waste on the streets as they would be getting recycled. So if there would be less waste, then we would be able to tell a lot easier to be able to analyze our data.
Great. And for the roof design team, why did you think that a flat roof has more chance of mosquito larvae activity?
Well, we say that flat roofs tend to have more mosquito larvae activity because if it rains on top of a flat roof, it creates puddles, And we know that mosquitoes like to lay their eggs in puddles that have not too much water. So this would always tend to lead to more mosquito larvae activity in wherever the flat roof is, if it's a house or an apartment complex or just a local store.
And for the same team, what inspired you to choose roof types to analyze?
I can take this one. Originally, the idea came from researching one of the project ideas, and I looked into one of the pest controls of mosquitoes, and one of them came in mind with Disney World in Orlando. With their pest control, they stated that one of their preventions was through roofing and architecture. The way that they're designed is to purposely to prevent any of the habitats to be created with insects, which includes the mosquitoes. So we wanted to look into what could attract the mosquito in that certain architect. And the one idea you would think with roofs, as they could push the water away, or if they're effective enough to either push the water away or actually create an accumulation of the water, creating that habitat.
Great. And for the team with West Nile virus and U.S. precipitation, do you think a multivariant approach might see a stronger correlation with precipitation controlling for other factors?
So I think for ours, like we focused on just precipitation because we knew whatever we were going to pick environmentally, just picking an environmental aspect, we knew that anything we picked basically would have a lot of variables that we wouldn't be able to control. And so that's why part of our thing that we said in our slides was that more environmental modeling would need to be done to find out if our research was indeed correct in the correlation we found. And we just thought that keeping it simple to one variable would at least find the best correlation, so we're not losing focus on looking at a bunch of different things.
And for the same team, do you have suggestions on how one might gather more data for rural communities?
I think that it's kind of more of a thing of sending out people and having more education and outreach to the rural communities, because we kind of connected it to like the technology divide, where a lot of more rural places are not getting access to technology. And so we thought that just letting them know about it, because the globe data is self-reported data. So when we saw that there was less reported data in the rural areas, we thought that meant that maybe there should be some more outreach and more things like, honestly, this program that are advertised to people out there, even though you're not getting it to as many eyes, you're getting it to a lot of people who don't see that stuff at all.
And I'd like to add to that, especially because of the technology divide, getting like in-person training and like Globe ambassadors out there to teach the communities would be an awesome way to help those rural regions.
Great. And so the last question is for anyone who'd like to answer. So what do you feel is the most surprising thing about the research that you conducted?
May I ask, is about the research that we found surprising?
Yes.
For me, one of the things I originally did kind of thought that with green roofs, it would have kind of attracted a lot of mosquitoes. However, throughout the research, we kind of noticed that with green roofs, they can also attract moisture and water, creating sort of making sure there wasn't any other accumulation of water. So that was one of the
surprising things.
Yeah. Vegetation is not all that great.
Well, I want to thank you all for your research. Thank you for presenting today. And I know we all learned a lot from you. So our next presentation is a comparative analysis of different convolutional neural network architectures for mosquito general classification.
Hi, our project was on comparing the efficiencies of different CNNs or convolutional neural networks at classifying mosquito genera.
Different mosquito genus carry different diseases. Identifying the genus of different mosquito larvae samples allows for prediction of where certain diseases may have an outbreak. GLOBE is a program where users can take geospatially labeled pictures of different mosquito larvae and classify them based on their genus. Since the users are untrained, however, this can result in inaccurate genus labeling, which can cause problems when the data is used for research. Our team aims to automate the classification process using convolutional neural networks. Our research question is, which convolutional neural network architecture can most effectively distinguish between Aedes, Anopheles, and Culex mosquito larvae?
These are the 4 CNN architectures we use for the comparative analysis. A bit of background about them. So AlexNet is made up of 8 layers, where 5 of them perform max pooling and the other 3 are fully connected and utilize ReLU activation. ALENet 5 is made up of 7 layers, consisting of 3 convolutional, 2 subsamplings, and 2 fully connected layers. A VGG16net is 16 layers deep and has 5 max pooling filters between each of its convolutional layers with a fixed size of 3x3 and a stride of 1. ResNet 50 makes the use of shortcut connections, which enable the flow of information across the layers without attenuation, essentially the concept of skip connection.
The first step in our research process was gathering and filtering the data sets that we received from the citizen science platform GLOBE. We used a Python script to filter this data set into images that we could actually use for our networks, which were ones that were labeled with the genus type. We performed image preprocessing and then used the filter down data set to train and test our convolutional neural networks. And then we compared the accuracy of each CNN to determine which was the most effective architecture for our research project.
Data from the GLOBE Observer Mosquito Habitat Mappers app is publicly available from their website, and all we had to do from there was filter out the 36,000 data entries into just the ones that had both a genus classification and images to go along with it. This brought our dataset down to about 6,500 labeled entries, manually discarding any images that citizens submitted incorrectly. Then we downloaded each image and gave them the file name based off of an image ID number from GLOBE and a labeled genus to easily sort into 3 folders later on.
So the next thing we did was the CNN construction and training process. So first we resized and vectorized the images, then we split that data into training and testing data. Then we constructed data generators using the Keras Python library. Then we built CNN architectures and retrained and tested each model 10 times. In the next slide, you'll see the first CNN that we built, which was AlexNet. As you can see, each layer is reconstructed using Keras. And just so you know, the Jupyter environment that we used was Google Colab.
At the micro level, AlexNet was the most accurate and ResNet 50 was the least accurate. However, ResNet 50 had the least error macroscopically and VGG16net had the most. All CNNs demonstrated accuracies higher than 80%. LENet 5 and VGG16net confused Anopheles for Culex, whereas ResNet 50 and AlexNet confused Culex for Anopheles.
So the first thing we wanted to see right after these trials were which CNN was actually the most effective. And we can look at the accuracies of each and we can find that there's not too much deviation between the highest performing and lowest performing models. So we have to introduce loss into the equation. And when looking at loss, ResNet 50 was the most effective model, which actually differed with our hypothesis that LENet would be the most effective model. Comparing our results to similar studies, it actually differs with Lee et al. Because in Lee et al., VGG16 had a actually lower validation loss than ResNet 50, and it was similar to Breslin et al. In that in their case, ResNet 50 was one of their top performing models.
Our analysis is a resource for people that can be used to implement preventative measures in high-risk areas, as well as to make more informed decisions when trying to battle the vector-borne diseases. Additionally, the insight into the accuracy of different CNNs can be used in different biological fields and to further develop computer vision techniques.
A few sources of error were that the inputted labels weren't entirely accurate. Also, we extracted only the first 100 images from the complete dataset. We hope to integrate our model into an iOS application. We will also search for a different environment so that we can run each model with the entire dataset. Here are some of our highlights and challenges, and here is our team's individual reflections. We would like to give our sincerest gratitude to everyone who guided us throughout this program.
Terrific. So our next presentation is predicting the volume of mosquito-borne diseases via the AMEA sensor and radio network.
Welcome. We are Miguel, James, Anushka, Owen, and Arnav, and we are predicting the volume of mosquito-borne diseases via the AMEA sensor radio network.
Mosquitoes kill over 800,000 people every year from their transmitted diseases. Mosquito-borne virus rates, though, vary by many climate factors. In this project, we plan to use sensor networks to collect climate data to predict mosquito disease cases.
We must ensure that this sensor network is able to collect real-time climate data in a local environment to allow researchers to go forward with the machine learning model to make predictions. We also want to know with confidence that our AMEA network would work to produce accurate data.
The process of data collection and transmission may be broken into 5 distinct parts. First, the Raspberry Pi captures the picture with its camera and runs a script to analyze its brightness. It then rescales the image to prepare it for encoding, and the PYSSTV library turns the image into a 320 by 240 grid that converts each color in the grid into a sound that the decoder can process into an image. After it's processed all pixels into sounds, it then puts it into a .wave file ready to be submitted into the airwaves. The number that comes from the analysis of the light levels is also processed, but instead of using webcam picture, each digit/character of the number is converted into a solid colored picture. It's then converted to a WAV file and stored.
These stored WAV files are transferred to the radio and transmitted for any receiver to pick up on our transmitting frequency. Our computer, on the other side, with our receiver, diverts the radio waves into a decoder program where it makes an approximately 4-minute recording that can be analyzed and processed. Next, the decoder software separates the recording into 6 different chunks. First is the encoded SSTV image from our camera. Chunks 2 through 6 are the encoded characters of data. The decoder then runs each one of these files through an SSTV decoder program that we found and reverses the process that the encoder did to prepare the images for transmission, resulting in usable images. Once all the images have been decoded and stored, the computer uploads this data to the cloud where our ML model can process it and make predictions of the total MBD cases at our sensor's location.
The images started off as solid blocks of color, but transmission through airwaves causes discoloration. Hence, the images are run through a neural network image recognition model to identify the original color. Many images of each color were transmitted through the network and uploaded to the training dataset. It was then able to predict the color of a transmitted image and effectively convert the images back into a number code. In the example on the screen, the model is 100% certain that the color displayed on screen is cyan, because it has compared the received image to other images of cyan that have also been transmitted and put into the database.
We were able to plug in data from NOAA from Austin, Texas into 2 ML models designed to predict the total cases of MBDs. The first was a linear regression model, which is the process of creating a line of best fit for the trained model. The second model was a random forest model that creates a forest full of decision trees that creates different predictions and show us which tree is the most accurate. The random forest model had an accuracy of 64.6%, while the other one was 37.5%. So we went with random forest. A 64.6% accuracy is still not ideal though. This may be because of overfitting, and we can fix this by simply inputting less data.
A 100% certain image recognition ML model proves that our sensor network would be able to acquire accurate data, whether it be temperature or light levels. In the future, to predict the amount of mosquito-prone diseases with sensor-created data, we'd be able to obtain more localized data as opposed to the ones in city data sets. Moreover, the high quality of the data reception at a distance of 780 feet proves that our sensor network can be trusted with plugging in sensor data into the decision forest ML model. We can expect the accurate prediction of total cases. Overall, our AMEA sensor network, as well as an improved ML model, would give science and citizens around the world a heads up before a major mosquito-prone outbreak occurs.
We would like to thank our SEAS Earth System Explorer mentors, Dr. Rusty Lowe, Om Shastri, and Cassie Sofing for providing their assistance and time to help us get this research project completed. We would like to thank everybody in the audience here for their time. Thanks for watching. That's all, folks.
So our next research is on land cover verification and error analysis for citizen science applications.
Hi, and welcome to our presentation, Land Cover Verification and Error Analysis for Citizen Science Applications. To start off, land cover characterizes the physical surface of the Earth, and this is mapped by many GIS organizations. However, most of these land cover maps are only about 75% accurate, mainly due to issues with limited resolution. However, local citizen science observations can help improve this accuracy, like those from GLOBE. So we wanted to ask, how do various geospatial characteristics affect the accuracy of land cover mapping? And what location-related factors make citizen science data more necessary to verify the land cover of a given area? Now for our methods. We first adopted the Adopt a Pixel Area of Interest framework, where interns were given 3 kilometer by 3 kilometer sampling grids where they were to record in-person observations or in-situ observations using Globe Observer, as well as classify pixels for every AOI using Collect Earth Online. We compared the citizen science observations to ESA's world cover map. Identifying patterns in the discrepancies between these two ways of measuring land cover helps identify the different types of areas where citizen science will be most applicable. Now, getting into our data. For overall statistics and visualization, we created these confusion matrices that show the relative frequency and frequency of counts when comparing the world cover data with the CEO or Collect Earth Online intern data. We can see that the classes that agree the most between those two groups are water bodies, built up, and trees. And down here are the classes which agree the least. Using these almost 200,000 points across 54 AOIs, we had an overall accuracy between world cover and CEO to 56.5%. And our Cohen's kappa coefficient was about 0.422.
Through our investigations, we established a number of correlations between different variables and agreement data. The first one is the percentage primary land cover classification, which as it increases in an area of interest, so does the agreement. This indicates that land cover mapping and the world cover map is most accurate where land cover is homogeneous and least accurate where land cover is diverse. The correlation coefficient for this relationship is 0.77 and the p-value is very small, indicating statistical significance of this correlation. The next correlation we were able to establish is between the amount of grass and the agreement data. The more grass it's in an area, the lower the agreement between the world cover map and the Collect Earth Online plots. The correlation coefficient is negative 0.56 and the p-value is very small, again indicating statistical significance of the correlation. This correlation is in contrast with other types of land cover such as trees, which do not have a correlation with agreement data. Another correlation is between the change in land cover occurring in an area of interest and the agreement between the classifications. The more change that's occurring in the land cover in a given area, the lower the agreement between classifications. This may be because the satellite images being classified are different. Correlation coefficient is negative 0.45 and the p-value is very small. Another correlation we were able to establish is between population density and agreement. As population density increases, agreement increases as well, which could be because in more urban areas, a lot of the land cover is homogeneous, it's built up. Correlation coefficient is 0.484, which indicates a moderate positive correlation, and we use logarithmic regression as our data fit here.
Case studies. Our case study was how the GLOBE photos enhance land cover classification accuracy. Decided to analyze 2 AOIs. Throughout the NASA's internship, interns used Collect Earth AOI to label our area of interest, and also used Globe Observer to photograph our area. The first AOI was classified with mostly trees and grass land cover. In some cases, there were 2 types of land cover in one sample unit. For instance, there was trees and road, but you can only label with one classification. However, the GLOBE images increased the accuracy because you're able to see both the land cover closer and side by side. Since most of the grid was covered in classification of trees or grass, the images give a better visualization of the types of trees they are and how much of land they cover. Case studies continued. A second AOI was mostly covered with building and impervious surface. For instance, in one of the grids was mostly built up. However, it's difficult to tell what type of build-up covers the land. But Globe Observer gives features and helps identify what type of community it would be. The images of Observer give the ability to tell where land classification is. For example, in one grid was a small portion of trees surrounded by build-up. It can cause difficulty knowing how close the land cover is, yet images show the area in many directions, which makes it easier to determine what surrounds. Overall, Globe Observer increases accuracy as occasionally there can be confusion in determining type of land cover from a top view. Globe makes stronger data. A special thank you goes out to all the people who made this project possible for their help and their support.
So our next presentation is on the seasonal healthcare facility recommendations for areas of high risk of mosquito-borne diseases.
Hi, my name is Edward Thomas, and as well as with Carlos and Courtney, we did our project looking at seasonal healthcare facility recommendations for areas at high risk of mosquito-borne disease in the US. So a little bit of background. My camera might be in the way of a couple words. So we've seen just over the past couple of years of how system overload, and specifically in healthcare systems, produces stress, both at a system level, but then also in patients, caregivers, and communities with COVID-19. But with mosquito-borne diseases becoming an increasingly common phenomenon, as well as with globalization that made COVID-19 such a pandemic, that made it to become able to become a pandemic, the risk of mosquito-borne diseases like that also becoming more common is also very likely. So what we really wanted to look at was how do we kind of identify areas within the US that are at risk for system overload similar to COVID-19, where you have many, we have high disease likelihood, but you don't have as many infrastructure or as many hospitals in a specific area that can properly address it. We really came across this idea both through just our own personal interest, but then also because in 2018, the CDC published a article saying that 8 in 10 vector control organizations in the US are not sufficiently prepared to handle a vector-borne disease. So we wanted to kind of look into that and what that looked like at a systemic level.
To find which regions in the US need more healthcare facilities to better prepare for mosquito-borne diseases, we firstly used a dataset from data.world, containing over 6,000 healthcare facilities, including their longitude and latitude coordinates. The Walter Reed Biosystematics Unit Vector Map was also used, displaying niche models of 10 mosquito species. We also used the Globe Earth System Explorers data for mosquito habitat mapping and precipitation data. Niche models of the 10 mosquito species were overlaid with the longitude and latitude data of the healthcare facilities, along with the mosquito habitat and precipitation data using ArcGIS.
The results from our research have been very beneficial in trying to accommodate the areas that are at high risk for mosquito-borne diseases. With the help of our research, we have been able to identify 9 areas of high healthcare systems that have major risk for system overload during the mosquito season. Some of these areas would include Northeast Texas, Louisiana, Central and Southern Mississippi, Central and Southern Alabama, Southern Georgia, Florida, and Eastern North Carolina, with 4 of these areas being of particularly high risk for system unpreparedness. On the next slide, you will see a bunch of red dots. These red dots do show how many, a high mosquito density. So as you can see in these 4 little circles over here, there are a bunch of little red dots that are close together, and these areas also particularly show that there are no system preparedness. There is no real way to prepare themselves, and their system will overload if there was a bunch of people coming into hospitals to get some type of help from mosquitoes, diseases that are from mosquitoes. So our team would recommend that there would be some type of temporary hospitals that are placed in these areas so that people can get the help that they need during these seasons. It would be best to have temporary hospitals and normal hospitals built so that the system will not overload and there will be no worries during these mosquito seasons.
So in our work, we have our real recommendation, the healthcare recommendation that we have is to establish more hospitals or similar healthcare facilities, whether they be temporary during mosquito seasons or permanent, like an actual full-on running hospital in these areas to really prevent the lack of access to medical care being a cause of that system overload in a situation where these mosquito-borne diseases could become kind of expand and get to the level of an epidemic or possibly a pandemic. And lastly, we want to just thank all of our sponsors as well as those who've helped us, mentored us, and given us resources to make this project a reality. Thank you.
So please join me in welcoming the team that studied the effects of socioeconomics on the spread of West Nile virus in California counties.
Hi, my name is Shara Sue.
I'm Alexander Mai.
Eric Gavazon.
I'm Thomas Workentine.
My name is Danayeli Sombo. Today, we will be discussing the effects of socioeconomic factors on the spread of West Nile virus in California counties.
The origin of the West Nile virus originated in Uganda in 1937, which spread to the US in 1999. The virus is borne by mosquito of genus Culex. Though some cases are asymptomatic, it poses threat as there is no definitive treatment. Our study encompasses the socioeconomic background of 58 counties in California, plus land cover data of 5 counties. The central issue we are trying to convey in our study is that in lower income communities, people may not be able to afford medical care, and they may have improperly built structures that harbor breeding habitats for mosquitoes. This study aims to show the link between lower socioeconomic backgrounds and the number of West Nile cases to see what actions can be taken against the virus prevalence in these regions.
The first socioeconomic factor we're going to be discussing today is median income. The 2020 census provides lots of useful data on the median income for all of the US as well as California and California counties specifically. To prove a statistically significant difference in the number of West Nile virus cases in each of our 5 median household income brackets, we chose to use one-way analysis of variance, also known as ANOVA. Unfortunately, we could not use the raw data of how many West Nile virus cases there were in every county. We had to convert it into a percentage as the population in every California county varies slightly. And so this percentage is more representative of what is actually happening in the county. Since this percentage is very small, we chose to multiply it by 10 to the 6th, which allows us more decimal accuracy when we're doing our calculations. The second socioeconomic factor we want to analyze is race. In California, the majority of the population is white, so we decided to focus our research efforts on that percentage of the population that is white and develop a relationship between the percentage that is white and the number of West Nile virus cases. The process of developing this relationship is known as a model utility test. The first thing that we noticed when we ran our data was that 28 of the counties in California actually did not have a confirmed West Nile virus case, so their value was null. So in our second run of the model utility test, we chose to eliminate these values because we felt as though they were skewing our data.
To implement land cover data, we decided to use the world cover map, overlaying a map of California's counties over it. Then we randomly selected and isolated 5 representative county images. Then we ran these county images through the GeoTest Color Proportion program developed at the University of Toulouse-Méril. This way we can analyze the data and find correlation.
For our results on the ANOVA test comparing median income and West Nile virus, our p-value was greater than our level of significance, so we can say from a statistical standpoint that there is no difference in virus cases among the various 2020 census income brackets. As for our examination of West Nile virus cases with respect to the white population percentage, we found that there was a clear linear relationship. Finally, the results of our examination on the effect that land cover has upon virus cases came back negative. There is no evidence to suggest a difference in virus cases among different types of land cover in our 5 counties.
Potential errors. Cases are recorded when the infected seek hospital treatment. The virus is usually not life-threatening. People of low income may not be able to seek hospital care or choose not to. People of high income may seek hospital care before necessary. Land cover data disregards the maintenance status of a region. Census bias. The census cannot possibly account for everyone and was used extensively throughout the study. Human error also accounts for a possibility of error in the study. Interpretation. Accounting for error, income is still a likely factor in West Nile virus cases. As the percentage of people of white descent in a region increases, so do virus cases. Although our data points to no relationship between land cover and virus cases, the data available constantly improves. The path forwards. As land cover data continues to improve, the topic of land cover and West Nile virus should be revisited. As populations continue to shift, more resources for the treatment of West Nile virus should be allocated to highly or increasingly white populations. land cover observations for all counties of California, and other socioeconomic factors such as employment and education.
At this time, we would like to extend a special thank you to our mentors and sponsors, specifically Christopher, Rusty, Cassie, Peter, Erica, Andrew, and Bill. We would also like to thank NASA and our NASA guest speakers, the Texas Space Grant Consortium, and the University of Texas at Austin Center for Space Research.
What a great group of students. So we invite all of the students that are online to please turn on your cameras and prepare to unmute your mics as we have several questions for the group. The first question is for the AMEA Sensor Radio Network group. How did you learn about ML and sensors? Did this come from your mentor or personal research?
So the entire thing with the sensors, it came from learning machine learning. I learned it through YouTube, and I got help from my mentor. There was a great YouTube video from I think it was like Free Code Academy or Free Code Camp, and that's how I learned it. It was
great.
Yeah.
And for the same team, what frequency range is used for broadcasting? What are the motivations for using this particular transmission setup?
So we specifically chose the upper half of the HF spectrum. For reference, that's about 3 megahertz to 30 megahertz. And it's interesting because, as we all know, the sun goes through its 11-year solar cycle. And through that period, it has its highs and lows of output. And its output, these UV rays, affect little ions of gas high up in the atmosphere, just below where the ISS orbits. And during the highs of during the highs of the solar cycle, the ionosphere will bounce back frequencies at 50 megahertz or above. Down in the lower half, or the lower period of time during the 11 years, it's about 20 megahertz or lower. But of course, it's very variable because this is the atmosphere we're talking about. We chose, I believe, yes, it was 29.606 megahertz, mostly because it's higher up, so that okay, let me start from the beginning again. It's a higher up frequency, which means that it's less prone to interference to the ionosphere, bouncing radio signals of that frequency or close to it and causing the interference of the picture. Because one of the things that our thing was a proposal of is that we would take pictures of the environment and feed that into an ML model and get more data out of it, not just through the color pictures. So yeah.
So as a follow-up, is this network already in existence, or is this something that is proposed for the future?
It's not 100% in existence. I did not have a Raspberry Pi or a second computer. So what I ended up doing was I had the laptop I'm using right now. I hooked that up to my Kenwood TS440S. It's a good old radio. And then from there, I set up my dipole, which I use on occasion, every couple weekends or so, just to go have fun at the radio bands. And I transmitted from my computer into my transmitter, the Kenwood, of course, running just a demo script. And then I ran over to the park with my Kenwood receiver, and I pointed my antenna in the right direction, turn up the volume, tune into the right frequency. I wasn't able to get testing much further because I was a little pressed for time, but I got absolutely awesome signals at 780 feet. Considering this is ground wave communications, depending on the altitude of the antenna in comparison to the ground, I think the theoretical limit is 200 miles, but that's really with a really tall tower. But maybe with a 40-foot mast, something like that, as long as you're clear of the surrounding hills, you can easily get a mile, maybe 2, perhaps even 3 or 4.
Great. So this next question is for the land cover verification team. What did you learn about the challenges of land cover classification?
So, of course, land cover is based a lot on satellite imagery. So the biggest thing that was pointed out was there's a lot hidden in that resolution. Satellites have a certain link budget. They have a certain camera that they can use resolution. So, of course, even if our satellite image that we used from ESA World Cover was a 10 meter by 10 meter plot per pixel, there's still so much hidden in that information. So really classifying land cover depends on how good of a satellite you have. And of course, this will definitely get better
throughout time. Another thing was, having the sourcing of the data. So less about land classification from one place like ESA, but trying to compare from ESA to ESRI and other different maps. Getting this information in the GIS world is pretty hard. You have to go through multiple different platforms from ArcGIS to Google Earth Engine just to pull this data. So hopefully in the future, if we can have a more connected GIS system and more increased resolution of satellites, maybe we'll have better information about land cover classification.
And as a follow-on question to the land cover verification team, how important are the land cover class descriptions, and how best can these be communicated to citizen scientists?
The land cover class description is very important because it helps you know what type of community it is and helps you solve problems around the area. And to increase more community outreach to citizen science, you can increase more such as globe data, such as using globe observer apps and making more citizens more involved with it and spreading the word.
Great. So the next question is for the convolutional neural network architecture team. Please explain the concept of loss in CNN.
All right, so I can take this one. So basically, loss is just another way to look at a model's efficiency, in that it's more at a macro level. It looks kind of at the summation of all the errors a model might have. Specifically, in our case, it was our validation data set.
And as a follow-on to the same team, in your opinion, what is more important, CNN choice or data abundance?
Both data abundance and CNN choice are important. CNN accuracy follows a logarithmic function with respect to the amount of training data, and therefore the choice of CNN is important because it defines the parameters of that logarithmic function. However, data abundance determines whether the model lacks data or overfits according to patterns in the training data set. So I would say as long as the data is of medium or high quality, CNN choice is most important.
Great. And the next couple of questions are for the healthcare facility team. Fascinating use of disparate data sets. But how would you incorporate more human population data?
Yeah, I can take that one. So there are a couple different things when you think of like healthcare, like system preparedness and overload. So I think some of the more things that we would like to add to our data to really make it a more like robust and understanding actually get a better idea of where system overload risk is. First off, population density. For example, there might be less healthcare systems in an area simply because there aren't many people. For example, if we think of like a rural area, there simply aren't too many people themselves. We could also look at things like socioeconomics, poverty levels, environmental inequality, and kind of how that plays in the role also of exposure, both to mosquitoes, but then also to other contaminants.
So is there a way that you can actually see where the spikes in mosquito-borne diseases for those that are hospitalized occurs?
I can take that one too. So could you repeat the question one more time?
Well, the question was, to what degree are mosquito-borne diseases currently leading to spikes in hospitalization? And are these temporarily condensed in certain areas?
So right now, mosquito-borne diseases luckily aren't as big a problem in the United States, partially because of our geography, partially also because we have really just existing robust healthcare system. But especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we wanted to take a more perspective looking situation where if it becomes something like COVID-19, where perhaps the virus mutates, perhaps a new virus comes out that is like extremely transmissible. In that situation, how prepared would a system actually be and we looked at mosquitoes as a specific vector. We could also look at many different types of other vectors. And we hope that we could kind of look into where there is, again, system unpreparedness for situations like that, where it's rapidly transmissible, similar to COVID-19. So right now, luckily, we don't have too many spikes in the US, but it is something that we still have to keep in mind. I think especially seeing how COVID-19 kind of rolled out in the country, we definitely need to keep it, we need to be more prepared. We need to be more kind of aware of how our healthcare system is functioning right now.
Great. And for the socioeconomics team, would land cover data adequately capture the types of structures built in areas of varying socioeconomic status?
So one thing that we didn't really get to do was we wanted to focus on a particular county and really go down and see the local infrastructure and maybe note that. However, we didn't have the time to look at it. So this is much more of a broad kind of sampling where we took 5 counties instead. But generally, we do recommend that in the future, we should take a look at a singular county and look at the specific land cover buildings and the infrastructure there, along with the socioeconomics.
Perfect. Well, I want to thank you all for your research and your commitment, and appreciate your presentations today. So we are going to take a 20-minute break. We invite you to watch highlights of student accomplishments during the Earth and Space Science and Python coding courses. A special thanks to Teresa Howard and Asha Carmacher for scoring and preparing these highlights. And as a reminder to the student interns, all completion certificates will, for the completed modules, will be emailed to you by next week. So we will continue our presentations at 4:15. Welcome back to the NASA Seas Science Symposium. Our next presentation is the ecological effects of Hurricane Harvey and the Black Forest Fire on West Nile virus.
Welcome everyone to our presentation.
Our project is on the ecological effects of Hurricane Harvey and the Black Forest Fire on West Nile virus. I'm Joseph Huter.
My name is Mia Lagunes.
I'm Annabelle Yarbrough.
So, why extreme weather events and mosquitoes? We decided to study the connection between extreme weather events and mosquito-borne illnesses due to the predicted increase of extreme weather events as a result of climate change. These shifting climates will affect organisms across the globe, including mosquitoes. More frequent hurricanes and droughts will result in more suitable habitats for mosquitoes, and as a result, the risk of contracting mosquito-borne disease will rise. Therefore, this study will explore meteorological variables in the aftermath of two extreme weather events and identify the effects on the risk of West Nile virus. The research questions answered during the study include: how do meteorological effects of hurricanes and droughts affect the risk of West Nile virus? How did Hurricane Harvey affect the spread of West Nile virus in Harris County, Texas? And finally, how did the Black Forest Fire affect the spread of the West Nile virus in El Paso County, Colorado? The case study debrief. We are dealing with two very distinctive case studies. We have one that is more suitable for floods and one that is more drought oriented. The research methods. The first part of our research included the globe data collection. We used the Globe Advanced Data Access tool. We collected data from 5 years before and after the event to evaluate the environmental context and long-term effects. Therefore, for each variable, we collected a minimum of 120 data points.
I will be going over the data for the Black Forest Fire in Colorado. This first graph shows the trended data for the West Nile virus in El Paso County. In 2012, we see an increase in cases. However, in 2013, the year of the Black Forest Fire, there is a decrease in cases. This could be due to the destruction of mosquito breeding habitats by the extreme heat of the fire. Now, these next two graphs show the precipitation in the county. The first one shows the detrended values, and the second one shows the anomalies. Around 2012-2013, we see a decrease in precipitation, which reveals a level of drought in the county, which could indicate higher risk of forest fires and less moisture, leading to less mosquito breeding habitats. Now, the decrease in soil moisture during 2012 and early 2013 could be the result of the forest fire making the ground impervious to moisture. However, it could also be due to the decrease in precipitation in the county. For the average air temperature in El Paso County, we see the data is largely cyclical. This is likely due to seasonality. The same could be said for this graph, which also shows air temperature in El Paso County. Now I turn the time over to Annabelle for the extreme weather case of Hurricane Harvey.
This is a time series model for West Nile virus incidents in Harris County. We can see a clear increase in cases from 2016 to 2017. As we can see from these models, average temperature remained rather consistent, likely due to seasonality. This also applies for air temperature. A large positive anomaly can be seen in August 2017, displaying the intensity of Hurricane Harvey and the sheer amount of water deposited in the county. Years with positive precipitation anomalies tend to correlate with positive trends of soil moisture over time. Now to the results and data discussion. After analyzing the data through time series models and standardized anomaly indexes, we determined that Hurricane Harvey did affect West Nile virus risk in Harris County. There is a positive correlation trend throughout the West Nile incident precipitation anomaly graphs and soil moisture. However, average temperature and air temperature remained in a consistent pattern and did not deviate during August 2017. This is likely due to the consistency and seasonality of the temperature in the region, but we can infer that warmer temperatures do positively affect mosquito habitation. The effects of the drought are evident with the significant decreases in precipitation and soil moisture that correlate with an increase of West Nile virus human cases in El Paso County. This negative correlation demonstrates the difference between regions of the United States and how they individually are affected by severe events. The average temperature and air temperature display a consistent pattern in Harris County.
So please join me in welcoming our next team and their research on the influence of humidity, precipitation, and temperature on mosquito-borne vectors in the U.S.
Good afternoon. My name is Dory Stein. Our research team also consists of Benjamin Folk, Neil Obed, and Sidha Kannada. We researched on the influence of humidity, precipitation, and temperature on mosquito-borne vectors in the United States. Our research question is, how do precipitation, temperature, and humidity affect the activity and breeding of mosquito vectors? First, we started analyzing data from GLOBE, NASA, NOAA, and the CDC. We observed data trends from the specific counties containing these cities: Denver, North Carolina, Tallahassee, Florida, Hays, Kansas, Norfolk, Arkansas, and Northville, New York, because of our data limitation. We obtained data in regards to West Nile and dengue fever in order to prove a connection to environmental variables. Our primary reason for examining West Nile virus and dengue fever was the serious threat that they pose to public health. In order to advance our study, we obtained temperature data from GLOBE, a public data source, humidity data from NASA, and precipitation data from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association.
Using the GLOBE ADA tool, we were able to gather temperature samples for our specific sites. In addition, humidity reports were obtained through the Power Data Access Viewer, while precipitation data was obtained from the NOAA. We then analyzed and gathered West Nile and dengue fever cases from the CDC. Finally, we graphed the collected data and analyzed the relationship between atmospheric conditions and disease cases. We sampled disease data from Lincoln County, North Carolina, Baxter County, Arkansas, Ellis County, Kansas, Fulton County, New York, and Leon County, Florida. These bar graphs depict the annual disease cases in Lincoln County, North Carolina, and Ellis County, Kansas. These graphs show the number of statewide disease cases for Kansas, Arkansas, New York, and Florida. These are the graphs for annual average rain depth per county. These are the graphs of the annual minimum and maximum temperature at the county level for the same sites. Finally, these graphs depict the average annual relative humidity for the chosen counties.
To gather results, we use linear regression to plot the previously gathered atmospheric data against disease statistics. Using the calculated lines of best fit depicted above, we were able to approximate the correlation between these two variables based upon the slope of the line. The graphs above visualize this relationship between disease cases and humidity percentages from Ellis, Leon, and Lincoln County. Similarly, these graphs approximate the correlation between dengue fever cases and humidity according to the New York and Florida data. These graphs depict the relationship between West Nile virus cases and humidity statistics for the states of Arkansas and Kansas. Due to a lack of sufficient data, our graphs of disease cases against temperature levels were inaccurate. Sometimes, like in the leftmost graph of Ellis County data, a relationship cannot be assessed. However, we were still able to produce a correlation between West Nile virus cases and daily temperature for Leon County. Shown above are the comparisons of disease cases in Arkansas and Florida to average daily temperatures. Depicted above is the correlation between disease and average daily rainfall for Ellis, Leon, and Lincoln County. On this slide, West Nile virus case numbers in Kansas and Arkansas are plotted against average daily rainfall statistics. Similarly, these graphs show the relationship of dengue fever cases for the states of New York and Florida to average daily rainfall.
One of our most notable sources of error was our lack of sufficient data that aligned with disease statistics. Humidity was found to not be correlated with the transmission of mosquito-borne diseases. Temperature appears to be directly related to both West Nile virus and dengue fever. And finally, West Nile virus cases were found to increase alongside precipitation, while dengue fever cases were found to decrease as rainfall levels increased. Despite insufficient data, the importance of environmental conditions in public health was made clear. And these are our references. We'd like to thank SEAS for this opportunity to grow as citizen scientists through hands-on experiences and insightful guidances by STEM professionals. Finally, we'd like to acknowledge our mentors for guiding us through this research opportunity. Thank you, and does anyone have any questions?
We have all learned.
So our next team is the method for effective mosquito data classification to identify potential hosts of malaria and AI implications.
Hi,
My name is AJ Caesar, and I'll be going over the abstract for this project. Malaria is a deadly virus transmitted to humans by mosquitoes of the Anopheles genus. Though scientists can use the Globe Observer database to help track the spread of Anopheles mosquitoes across the world. This database allows global citizen scientists to upload images of mosquito larvae and attempt to classify their genus, though many photos are misidentified and unidentified. Therefore, our group decided to manually classify Anopheles mosquitoes and evaluate the merits of our final data set to train an AI model on autonomous classification in the near future.
Hi, my name is Walker Gaines. I will be covering the research question for my group project. Our first question was how we can create a data set of no siphon and siphoned photos of mosquitoes so that it can be used in the future to create an AI to identify them autonomously. Our second question revolves around why we were looking for no siphon mosquitoes. This is because no siphon mosquitoes are of the genus Anopheles and carry malaria.
Hi, my name is Aaron Lee, and we'll be covering the introduction for this paper. Analyzing the presence of malaria vector species is an important part of seeing how malaria spreads globally. One of these vector species is Anopheles genus mosquitoes. So therefore, it is important to have an accurate data set to create the tools needed to identify the global spread of malaria. However, due to a lack of accurate data sets identifying Anopheles genus mosquitoes, we took it upon ourselves to create such a data set. For this, we used the Globe MHM mosquito genus data set, which has some misidentified, albeit, but has lots of photos of both Anopheles and non-Anopheles mosquitoes to create our accurate data set identifying and differentiating the two types.
My name is Angelina, and I will be covering our research methods. So the researchers in our group have worked together to classify around 3,000 out of 15,000 photos from the Globe Observer Mosquito Habitat Mapper, which is abbreviated as MHM database. So the longitude, latitude, and pictures were obtained from this database, and the researchers classified the species on whether or not it had a siphon, and also whether or not what the species was, out of 3 that were shown in this figure. After a meeting where we discussed how to classify the 3 mosquito larvae species, we split up the data and classified our parts individually. Figures like these were useful in classifying. We also referenced sheets which were already classified photos, and these helped everyone get a similar idea of what every species looked like.
Hello, my name is Rahul, and today I will be going over our results. So about 3,041 photos were identified and sorted, out of which 399 did not have a siphon. We looked at mostly photos from Africa, and out of that, we found more siphons and non-siphons out of them. Africa seemed to be close to the average number of the no siphons present percent-wise. However, Latin America had a slight decrease, potentially due to margin of error by researchers, but it should be noted that Latin America had far fewer sheets than its counterparts.
Hello, my name is Obi, and as we determined which data points we would collect and keep out, we were primarily looking for the presence of any kind of breathing siphons on the mosquito larvae. Any kinds of mosquito larvae without breathing siphons, or the Anopheles, would grow up to become mosquitoes that would become vectors of malaria, which we're intending to track. Any kind of data points that we intended to discard were images that contain no breathing siphon on the larvae at all, images that did not contain larvae, or images that contained pupae of 3 genera.
Hi, my name is Tejas, and I'll be covering the team's conclusion. So in conclusion, we classified our data into 3 categories: siphon present, no siphon present, and unusable. And we use this data to create a data set that can help accurately predict future hosts of malaria. And while the data shows a larger percentage of malaria hosting mosquitoes in Africa and the Asia Pacific, we cannot draw this conclusion since the data we worked with had too many variables. Some other limitations we noticed include a large imbalance towards siphon present data, which can be fixed by creating a subset of our data with a more even distribution, and incorrect classifications in the Mosquito Habitat Mapper database, showing the need for a verification by a trained classifier.
So please join me in welcoming the next team, Mask AI, a novel method for effective mosquito data classification and mapping.
Mosquito larvae siphon classification AI.
Hello, my name is Samita and I'll be going over the abstract portion of our research project. Anopheles mosquitoes are transmitters of malaria, a disease that kills over 500,000 people each year worldwide. Currently, many scientists use manual verification as a method to identify this mosquito genus and in turn mitigate the risks of malaria. This leads to a problem though, as with tools such as the Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper, many of these classifications are made by citizen scientists, which can in turn lead to inaccurate or missing results.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I'll be talking about the purpose and goal of our study. So the goal of our study was to develop a mosquito identification AI model with the use of machine learning in order to classify mosquito larvae. We wanted to plot the detected locations from this data onto a global map to learn more about mosquito population demographics. We did this by using a logistic regression algorithm with a training set of around 3,500 images, which we obtained from another NASA's Intern team. The classification was based upon whether or not a larvae had a siphon or not, which you can see in the image on the right.
Hello, my name is Nitin Reddy, and I'm going to be discussing about the research design. So for our AI model, we hope to classify 3 different mosquito types with an accuracy greater than 80%. The data from this model was taken from 5 different continents, and we were able to access a total of 3,275 images. The verification of this data was completed by another one of our SEAS Earth System Explorer teams as part of a joint collaboration. Demographics. Consistent with the Globe MHM data, about 80% of the mosquito larvae anopheles were taken from the Africa dataset. Percentage, according to the data verification team, about 90% of our images were either not classified initially or incorrectly classified. Accuracy, when compared to other alternatives for anopheles verification, such as through molecular protein profiling, our AI model was able to get a training accuracy of about 86%, which continues to outperform others.
Hello, I'm Nikita, and I'll be discussing the model. The data of mosquito images was converted into an array with the numerical RGB values. This project implements a sigmoid activation function for the logistic regression model because of its ability to map any real value into another value between 0 and 1. This is the cost function used since logistic regression is a nonlinear approach. This equation is used to calculate the gradient descent, and this equation is used to update the parameter weights. The final step is to take the sigmoid activation outputs, and if the output is less than 0.5, the mosquito image is classified as not having a siphon. And if the output is greater than or equal to 0.5, the mosquito image is classified as having a siphon.
Hello, my name is Aisha, and I'll be discussing the geographical mapping section of our research study. To ensure effective understanding and use of this model for tracking and identification, there was a need to create a visual with the latitude-longitude locations for the mosquitoes of the Anopheles, Aedes, and Culex genera. The GMplot library was used, which is quite similar to the matplotlib interface, generating the necessary HTML and JavaScript to render data on a Google map. However, an issue that we ran into was the map range in terms of latitude and longitude was either too small or too large for all the data to be included. To solve this, I derived an equation as shown on the bottom of the slide that can determine the necessary range for the latitude and longitude without omitting any points that are in the dataset.
Hi, I'm William, and I'm presenting the results portion for this research. Our logistical regression model achieves a final train accuracy of 88.24% and a test accuracy of 86.11%, outperforming our original expectations. This confusion matrix on the left outlines the distribution of our predictions, showing that our model is doing a great job of predicting true negatives, but also suffers from false negatives from time to time. Finally, on the right, we mapped out the distribution of mosquitoes on a map with the coordinate information. For example, in the US specifically, we see that the Anopheles mosquitoes who transmit malaria, colored red, are predominantly in the east, but Aedes, colored yellow, are more prevalent in the west. Other key regions to note are Thailand and Africa, with about an equal balance of Aedes and Anopheles.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Gorman, and I will be talking about the discussion and conclusion. Something that our team accomplished was creating our AI model with an accuracy of 86% in identifying Anopheles mosquito larvae. Something that we had difficulty with was the lack of Anopheles larvae in our initial data set to train our AI with. Moving forward, we can use our AI with the Globe Observer Mosquito Habitat Mapper system in order to be able to double check the rest of the data present. In addition, it can also be used for broader malaria risk analysis, as the World Health Organization has shown that surveillance and determining the species of mosquitoes is very helpful.
We would like to thank the SEAS program and Globe Observer program for giving us this opportunity, and also our mentors and peer mentors for their guidance.
So please join me in welcoming our next team, a predictive model for vector-borne West Nile virus surveillance by detecting inland water eutrophication using Sentinel-2 imagery.
My name is Sarah, and my teammates are Ishan, Benjamin, Salil, and Daisy. For our project, we decided to develop a predictive model for vector-borne West Nile virus surveillance by detecting inland water eutrophication using Sentinel-2 imagery. And so for our research questions, we wanted to answer, what is the impact of eutrophication on West Nile virus cases? And can algae detection using satellite imagery be used for the surveillance and prediction of vector-borne diseases? And so the way we get from fertilizer runoff to vector-borne diseases is nutrients in fertilizer like phosphorus, nitrogen, and potassium are really good for plant growth. But when these nutrients run off and wind up in our watersheds, they can cause eutrophication in our inland waters. And this can create mosquito habitats because mosquitoes feed off of algae. And so when we have better mosquito breeding habitats, we have more mosquitoes, and therefore we have more vectors for our vector-borne diseases.
For our fertilizer trap experiment, we had 4 5-gallon buckets, each containing 10 liters of tap water. 0, 1, 2, and 3 teaspoons of Miracle-Gro all-purpose plant food was dissolved in each bucket. Larvae was identified and counted after each week, and the buckets were refilled and reset.
Algae grew in the fertilized traps as evidenced by the green waters. The mosquito larvae fed off this algae in order to grow, and with more fertilizer used, there seemed to be a greater growth of algae simulating eutrophic waters. We were able to identify Culex in Aedes larvae. And there seemed to be a greater abundance of Culex in the area at the time this experiment was conducted. The mosquitoes seemed to prefer medium levels of fertilizer at 2 teaspoons. There was a strong relationship between the larva count and the fertilizer content, which suggests a correlation between eutrophication and mosquito preference.
Based on our experiment's results, we wanted to build a predictive model that could be used for a larger area such as a county or state like California. Our predictive model uses Sentinel-2 images. We chose the Sentinel-2 mission as it provides access to visible and near-infrared bands. Before we could use the image, we had to pre-process to separate out vegetation from water bodies and slice the raster to get predictions at a county level. We not only used satellite images, but we combined the data from GLOBE and other Earth observation data like freshwater algae blooms and West Nile virus data for California. We built a multi-dimensional feature matrix to train our model and tested the model against data from the Sacramento and Fresno counties. In this project, we generated multiple indices. NDCI, Normalized Difference Chlorophyll Index, is used as the indicator for algae presence. Since our focus was to find inland water bodies algae presence, we utilized an NDWI in conjunction with the NDCI to create a relative normalized difference chlorophyll over water index, or R-NDCWI for short. The result of algae detection in water was very encouraging, especially from images with less than 5% cloud coverage. We built machine learning classifiers using naive Bayes and support vector machine models so that we could predict West Nile virus cases based on algae presence and other data points like land cover data from GLOBE. Here, our success was moderate, with a 60% to 70% accuracy in the model's predictions. We believe this is due to using a small set of training data. Now, on to Benjamin.
The research project had 2 primary takeaways. First of all, the field experiment showed a significant difference in mosquito larvae numbers when varying amounts of fertilizer we applied to each of our different traps. And secondly, our machine learning algorithms with selective accuracies demonstrated the viability in using inland water body eutrophication to predict West Nile virus cases, specifically in California, potentially all over the world as well. And the early detection of these West Nile virus outbreaks can be crucial to curbing the catastrophic impacts that they oftentimes have. And by incorporating eutrophication and fertilizer levels into the models that scientists and public health experts are using, we could potentially improve those models and give them a better tool to curb these outbreaks. And going forward into the future, we also have some ideas that we can improve our own research as well. First of all, we could expand the data set from field research with a richer feature matrix. Second of all, we could combine the satellite data from Landsat and Sentinel-2 to create a general, larger data set that we could use to boost the accuracy of our models and the significance of our predictions. Finally, we can introduce new machine learning techniques, such as a convolutional neural network, in order to boost the accuracy of our model further.
So we'd like to invite all of the students that just presented to please turn on their cameras and prepare their microphones. We do have several questions in the Slido app. So the first question is for the Sentinel-2 and algae. How difficult is it to get satellite data for your research?
I can take that question, but first I'd just like to say a real quick big thanks to our mentors, Rusty Lowe and Casey Soping, and our peer mentor, Ria Jane, for helping us in our research work throughout the internship. We'd also like to thank the NASA SEAS internship for the opportunity it has given us. Now, NASA and other space agencies have made their data available for research in multiple ways. One can use tools such as Earth Explorer, Landsat Look, or Landsat Data, or Sentinel data is available to Copernicus's Hub Web tool. However, what we found most useful is to use the API for Sentinel Sat using Python. It provided us programming flexibility to set the title with cloud coverage and other parameters.
So the next question is for the precipitation and West Nile virus teams. Why did you choose the areas that you identified to study?
We chose the areas because of what Globe offered us. So when we picked the factors that we want for a project, they gave us data and it was for those specific counties.
And for the hurricane and Black Forest fire teams, given that Harris County floods rather frequently, did Harvey make a greater spike than normal?
Yes, I would say that Hurricane Harvey did make a greater spike than normal. It was one of the most detrimental hurricanes to affect the Gulf Coast of Texas and resulted in over 1 trillion tons of water being deposited in the county. So yes, compared to their typical levels of precipitation, it did result in a rather large anomaly.
And then the Black Forest fire and Hurricane Harvey teams, do you think that precipitation played a greater role than forest fire in El Paso County?
Saying that precipitation because precipitation is a cause in forest fires or the lack thereof, precipitation would obviously play a greater role because it causes the forest fires as well.
And for the humidity, precipitation, and temperature team, how did your results differ from those what you expected?
So going into our project, we expected to see a clearly positive correlation between humidity, precipitation, and temperature to the spread of mosquito-borne diseases, mostly because these conditions increase mosquito activity and create more potential breeding habitats. However, when we graphed the results of our data, the relationship was a lot less defined and was more divisive than expected, changing quite a bit based upon the site location. Because of this, the humidity was, we concluded that humidity was not related to mosquito-borne diseases, and temperature was positively related, while precipitation seemed to benefit only West Nile virus and not dengue fever.
And for the potential hosts of malaria team, how much time did it take to classify 3,000 photos?
So for that one, in the beginning, it took us a little bit of time so that we could really understand which mosquitoes had which siphons on them. So in the beginning, basically the data set was organized into sheets of 100 photos. And then, so for the first time we did each sheet, it took us about an hour each because we didn't really know what we were doing then. But as we got used to it, it became more like half an hour per sheet. And since we had about 3,000 photos, it took us about 20-ish hours to completely classify everything.
And for the potential host of malaria team. Ideally, how could you improve your mosquito database?
So since the data set was created for the purpose of training an AI, the main improvement we could make would be to increase its size, and especially getting more photos of siphon mosquitoes, since there's a lack of those compared to the siphon, no siphon mosquitoes, sorry, because there's a lack of those compared to the siphon ones. And there were also a lot of photos that were unclear and therefore unidentifiable. So improving the quality of the photos would definitely help as well.
And for the eutrophication, I'm not saying the word correctly, very interesting presentation. What next steps would you take to expand your field data collection and model testing?
So essentially, when we were looking for our data, we kind of worked backwards. So we found the West Nile virus data in California, and then we found the eutrophication data around that. So we think that going forward, the main issue for the accuracy of our model is pretty much how much training data we have. So we're looking to expand in the future to other states as well. We know that New York as well as Texas has West Nile virus data, and we're just going to combine that West Nile virus data that they have with eutrophication data from satellites as well.
Well, you have all done a wonderful job. We appreciate your research and thank you for sharing it with us today. So our next presentation is a mosquito is worth 16 by 16 larvae. Evaluation of deep space.
Hello, welcome to our NASA STEES research project, where we research deep learning architectures for mosquito larvae classification. My name is Ashwin Surya, and my partners on this project were David Bakker-Peral, Austin Van Loon, and Akila Rajesh.
To introduce our problem, let's talk about mosquito-borne diseases, or MBDs, which are the cause of more than 1 million deaths every year. Some of the biggest spreaders of these diseases are the Aedes and Coolixtinera. They spread diseases like the dengue virus, yellow fever, and West Nile virus. Tracking the population of these mosquito larvae is crucial in stopping the spread of MBDs. Manually classifying larvae can take days and it requires expertise, making it difficult for citizen scientists to help mitigate these diseases. So what can we do about all these problems? Currently, the easiest and most efficient way to solve these problems is to use machine learning to classify the larvae. Now we need to figure out which model is best. The state-of-the-art image classification models are the convolutional neural network and the vision transformer. In our project, we evaluated the effectiveness of 2 VIT models and 2 CNN models when classifying Aedes or Coolixtinera.
First, let's discuss what a CNN is. A CNN is composed of several layers. The input image goes through multiple convolutional layers, pooling layers, and fully connected layers until it reaches the output layer. Once it reaches the output layer, it passes through an activation function, and whichever category has the highest probability is the final model classification. On the other hand, the vision transformer, called the VIT, doesn't use convolutions at all. It breaks the image into patches and sends those patches into an encoder. The encoder uses multi-head attention to let the model learn image features in their respective context. Then the output is passed onto an MLP head, which learns the details of the image features. Finally, the outputs are passed onto the classification layer, where the image is classified into one of the 3 categories. The Convolutional Vision Transformer, or CVT, combines the CNN and VIT. It has the same architecture as the VIT, but has convolutions in the transformer encoder. This has additional depth-wise convolutions to make the image features wider and more robust.
A residual network called ResNet is an improvement to the standard CNN by adding skip connections. That improved accuracy for deeper networks. This specific ResNet model is the ResNet 18, which has 18 layers and is one of the most popular CNN benchmarks. The ConvNext is based on the ResNet, but designed in the transformer-like structure. Depth-wise convolutions were used to make the network wider and allow for more feature extraction. The ConvNext performed better than the VIT and the ResNet when compared on the ImageNet dataset. So, how do we prepare our dataset? We collected mosquito larvae image data from the Globe Mosquito Habitat Mapper database as Excel sheets. From this, we split the data into training and testing data from Africa and the Americas respectively. Then we classified the mosquito larvae into 3 different categories: Aedes, Culex, and neither.
All 4 models that we tested performed at around 60%, but these values were lower than expected. Out of the 4 models that we tested, the ConsNext model performed the best, with an accuracy of 65.63%. One of the biggest factors that contributed to the lower values was overfitting. This means that the model essentially memorized the training data instead of learning the patterns and features of the images. From the results of this study, we can conclude that depth-wise convolutions are important to improve image classification accuracy. This is shown by both ConsNext and the CVT. Additionally, since the trained data and test data were from different regions, that could have caused a gap in the frequency of each classification. Overfitting also contributed to the decreased accuracy. Finally, combining the best features of both CNNs and VITs would result in a better model for mosquito larvae classification rather than VITs and CNNs by themselves. For future work, disease risk mapping could be integrated with specific mosquito species like Aedes aegypti for yellow fever. The dataset could also be expanded to include higher quality images and more classifications. Using these results, we can also build a new model from scratch using features from both CNNs and VITs, such as depth-wise convolutions and the hierarchical architecture, to have the best model for mosquito larvae classification. This wouldn't have been possible without the NASA mentors, as well as the NASA SEAS program and affiliates. Thank you.
So our next presentation is carbon dioxide sensitive receptors in mosquitoes.
Hi, I'm Sophie Bullen, and for our team's project, we designed a diffuser which works against carbon dioxide sensitive receptors in mosquitoes.
Hi, my name is Edward Thomas. So we had 2 main research questions that really guided our focus for our work. First off, what chemical compounds can be used to inhibit CPA nerves in mosquitoes and therefore make them less effective at detecting CO2 from humans and therefore make humans less likely of a host for mosquito-borne diseases? And second, how might mosquitoes be affected by changes in CO2 concentration in the atmosphere more generally? And to that one specifically, our hypothesis is that the concentration of CO2 in an area, if it is higher, it will also increase the density of mosquito populations in that area.
We decided to focus our research on the state of Georgia, as this is the state with the highest amounts of mosquitoes in the US. The 2 maps to the right are the maps that we created to determine which counties in Georgia would have the highest need for our product. These would be the counties with the highest human population densities and the ones with the highest mosquito population densities.
Another part of our research included looking at different pieces of data to determine whether there was a noticeable correlation between CO2 levels in the atmosphere and ethological patterns found between mosquito species. We came to the conclusion that there were no direct correlations found for atmospheric differences, because previous studies only showed results using unnaturally high concentrations of carbon dioxide. We then decided to look at other environmental factors that might have played a role in mosquito populations. This included elevation, precipitation, humidity, and how different species were more common in regions of higher temperature. We also explored patterns using available AOI globe data. Some of the metrics we looked at with the globe data included percentages for bodies of water and canopy cover, 2 indicators for prime mosquito breeding ground. We found that many species in the Culex genus were found to prefer higher temperatures, appearing more abundantly in the hotter southern counties of the state of Georgia.
I'm going to go through these 5 compounds that we really looked at really fast. First off, we have ethyl pyruvate. It is a pretty sweet-smelling substance and also prevents mosquitoes from sensing other human odors. You have butyryl chloride, which is made up of 2 CPA nerve blockers, butylaldehyde, and butyric acid. Again, also prevents mosquitoes from being able to smell other human odors, but at the same time, it also has a very strong smell. You have methyl pyruvate, which is just as effective as 1-hexanol, but can be used in smaller concentrations, but it can also be irritating to some people's eyes when it's diffused in the air. We use citronella. Citronella is used quite a bit commercially already. It comes from the citronella plant, and it is 68% effective when it is diffused. Biggest consumer benefit is that it's natural, so that's both marketable, and then also people are more likely to use it. You can also plant citronella plants in your own backyard to prevent mosquitoes. It has a really nice smell. It smells like lemon and grassy at the same time, so that's obviously a benefit. And lastly, we found that a mix of 2,3-butanediol, 1-butanol, 1-hexanol, and 1-pentanol works for longer durations of time and is more effective for those 2 genuses of mosquitoes.
So over here we have our prototype. So a prototype adopts an easily reusable design to allow the user to easily change the tube in which the compound is stored. Initially, everything in the design is either reusable or recyclable. So let's begin. The cork at the bottom, which will hold the canister, is a reusable piece, and it'll just stick right in like a screw, and so it'll screw right into the bottom of the canister. The only thing in the canister that needs to replace is the tube with the compound, because we don't have a limited amount of compound, and then we'll insert that into a pump, which will go into the dispenser and it'll automatically dispense. So here we have two examples of a pump. So it'll go in through one of the holes and it'll channel up out into the dispenser, and the dispenser will automate it to produce every amount of time. And our dispenser is similar to one that exists already, so like the Garosa dispenser, and it'll automate at a certain time interval, and it is recommended that this dispenser would be placed in an area which there's a high amount of mosquito activity and also where there is a large amount of people.
Hi, my name is Dylan Patafi, and I'll be going over our key findings. There was no direct conclusion drawn regarding the effect of CO2 on mosquito population density. However, temperature was seen to have a direct effect specifically on the Culex mosquito species. Additionally, mosquito density and human density are usually directly proportional, meaning larger counties also have larger amounts of mosquitoes. In terms of compounds, ethyl pyruvate was found to be highly efficient, but a mix of several chemicals might be more effective for specific mosquito species. Additionally, if citronella is used, it should be used in addition to another compound for maximum effectiveness.
In conclusion, the counties which would benefit the most from our product are Chatham, Fulton, and Richmond counties. And now knowing the most prominent diseases throughout Georgia, we stress the importance of maintaining these public health policies and informing the public on mosquitoes in the area and diseases which could be transmitted. Looking forwards, insecticide resistance needs to be talked about, and platforms need to be given to organizations which are looking to fight and protect our societies against these vector-borne diseases.
So our next presentation is the prediction of West Nile positive mosquito pools with pollution incorporation.
Our project was the prediction of West Nile positive mosquito pools with pollution incorporation by Sarah, Isla, and Gabrielle. Our research question for this project was, does pollution affect the amount of West Nile mosquito pools, specifically in Dallas, Texas? First, what is West Nile virus? It is a mosquito-borne virus not native to North America. Birds are the natural host of this virus, and is now a common occurrence in temperate and tropical climates of the U.S. Culex mosquitoes are the primary vectors of this disease. Our area of interest Dallas County, Texas, which is located in north central Texas. The climate here is humid and subtropical with hot summers and mild winters. West Nile virus emerged in Texas in 2002. There was a particularly bad outbreak in 2012, and it continues to be a reoccurring problem in the state. In order to incorporate globe data, we looked at other environmental factors that are correlated with West Nile mosquito density, such as average relative humidity and precipitation occurrence. We used climate data from the Northwest Independent School District. We want to acknowledge that these factors may affect the amount of West Nile positive mosquito the West Nile positive mosquito pool, but they are not direct measurements of pollution, so we didn't necessarily include these factors in our prediction model.
So I want to briefly talk about temperature results and analysis. So we compared the average monthly temperature in Dallas County to the amount of West Nile positive mosquito pools, and we used linear regression as well as fitting using an exponential model. So we found a moderately positive correlation between these two factors, and we have our predictive equation right here on the bottom. And we also used exponential method of fitting, which took into account the pattern a little bit more. And we have our second prediction model here on the bottom. And on our left, you can see the monthly pattern of average monthly temperature and new mosquito pools. And they follow roughly the same annual pattern. So we also use air quality as a measure of human-induced pollution. So we use the air quality index, and we compared the number of days per month with moderate to unhealthy AQI levels and compared that to the number of positive West Nile mosquito pools. So we also found a moderate positive correlation between these two factors, and we have our second predictive model here at the bottom. So we also found a relation between air quality and temperature, and we plotted them here so you can see the same annual comparison.
We also developed a machine learning model on ArcGIS Pro using forest-based classification and regression. We trained the model on AQI data, monthly temperature readings, and West Nile virus mosquito pools in the Dallas area. We used Voronoi polygons and spatial joins to modify and expand the data and define proximal regions around the individual data points to create a single layer for analysis. With our model fully trained, we determined that the AQI value was a good indicator of mosquito presence 46% of the time and temperature was 54% of the time, which calculated to a correlation coefficient to be about 0.49, which indicated a moderate positive correlation. We found definitive correlation between temperature, air quality levels, and the abundance of West Nile positive mosquito pools in Dallas County, Texas throughout our research. Using our prediction model, the general public can reduce their exposure to West Nile virus positive mosquitoes based on monthly temperatures and air quality index levels. We also found that exposure is significantly increased during the late summer when the air quality index levels are at its highest, which indicates large amounts of air pollution and poor air quality. For the future, we realized that our data, we had limited access because a lot of the water pollution and AQI data did not span over long periods of time. And the forestry model could have potentially shown higher correlation had we had this better data. And the prediction model, also given more time, could have been outfitted to use future climate projections to determine what mosquito levels will be in the future. We'd like to thank the our System Explorers mentors, Dr. Lowe, Ms. Sofang, Mr. Nelson, Dr. Erica Podest, and Andrew Clark, who helped us enormously on our journey throughout this research process. Thank you.
So we want to invite the last three teams, the students, to please turn on their cameras and prepare their mics. We have several questions for you in the Slido app. So the first question is for the 16 by 16 larvae team. How did you learn about and implement the models that you tested?
So we learned about the models that we tested through research online of like the state-of-the-art image classification models. We also tried to match it along with what the Hugging Face library, which is the API that we use, also had in store. So the models that they had were the ConvNext, the CVT, the Vision Transformer, which was the original paper, and the ResNet, which is a really popular CNN benchmark.
Also for the same team, is there a reason the CNN model performed the best?
So the model that performed the best was the ConvNext, and one of the reasons that it performed best was because it has depth-wise convolutions, which add to the robustness of the network by providing additional network width for the data to be more integrated than the other models. Another reason that it performed the best was because it was a combination of the standard transformer techniques with the state-of-the-art CNN models.
And for the carbon dioxide sensitive receptors team, how did you select the chemicals to test in your device?
Yeah, so we looked through a lot of kind of related literature looking at other CPA nerve blockers, sorry. And we really looked at what was most popular across all of those sources. So that was what we first looked at, and then we looked more into the properties of each one of them and what would be commercially and also just technically applicable to be in someone's own home.
And for the same team, would you use the mapped information to distribute your dispenser?
Yes, so the map information actually will help play a larger role in choosing where to place these dispensers because it helps us to determine the specific locations in which it's most necessary, and it also helps decrease the cost of purchasing more and more of these dispensers.
And also for the carbon dioxide team, why do you recommend combining citronella with another compound?
So citronella is already commercially used a lot, and in studies it was only found to be about 68% effective. So it's quite a natural choice as well, which is why we recommend to use it in addition to another compound. And also because of insecticide resistance, mosquitoes are growing resistant to already the chemicals that we're using to repel them. And so using these two alternatives would kind of delay that process. And so then our diffuser would be more effective for a longer period of time.
And for the West Nile positive mosquito pools team, after your analysis, do you think that additional factors could improve your model? And if so, what would you add?
So we actually were looking initially at water pollution as another factor that we really want to add. And we didn't find a lot of good data sets for that we felt like we could use, but that was something we definitely think would improve our understanding of how pollution affects mosquito density.
And for the same team, what inspired you to include AQI?
So for air quality, it is measured by the CDC as like a good measure of human-induced pollution. So we incorporated that because we wanted to see how pollution affects West Nile virus. So we thought it was a very good measure of pollution over time, and we had really good data going all the way back to 2014.
So it sounds like you did think about the air quality as a factor. Or do you think that temperature and correlates with the air quality, and how would you tease out the cause for that?
So we think that temperature is the main influence. We found the largest correlation coefficient between that and West Nile virus. But we think air quality levels were affected by temperature, and so that also had a correlation coefficient of moderately positive between air quality and West Nile virus.
And we have a question for the carbon dioxide team. Why was there no relationship found between CO2 density and mosquito density?
I can take this one, but really quickly, we'd like to thank everyone at SEAS as well as our mentors, Cassie Sofing and Rusty Lowe, and our peer mentor, Benito Esposito, for all the help. But in terms of mosquito population density and carbon dioxide concentration, there was no real conclusion drawn just because of how many other factors there are in terms of mosquito population density. And we found that in general, although higher populations of humans correlates to higher populations of mosquitoes, it was not a significant enough relationship to draw a conclusion between the two.
And for the 16 by 16 larvae team, would you expect better results if you had more data input? And how can you prevent overfitting?
I think we would expect better results, but there were other more important factors, such as a better data set. Also, to prevent overfitting, it would be better to have more regional differences between the data, add more data, and also regularization.
Also, to add on to that, we could also increase the probability of dropout layers, which is basically like you're essentially ignoring some of the training neurons, which means that instead of the model memorizing the training data and doing really bad on the test data, it actually gets to recognize the patterns, like the features of the mosquito larvae, to more accurately predict on the test data as well.
Well, each of you have done an amazing job. We appreciate your dedication to the project, and thank you for sharing your research today. The success of the NASA STEM Enhancement and Earth Science program is determined not only by the commitment and research by the student interns, but also by their mentors and project assistants. The Earth System Explorers is our largest intern project group, and a special thanks to the mentors and peer mentors for their commitment to these interns. Your passion for youth development, STEM learning, and NASA missions and opportunities is to be applauded. Selena and I want to thank you for your time and your talent that you shared with these young people. I know the C's interns appreciate your guidance and advice as they conducted their research. C's 2022 has provided high school students from across the nation the opportunity to engage with NASA's subject matter experts, conduct authentic research, and share their projects and research with each of you. We are excited to see what the future holds for these stellar students, our future scientists and engineers. So congratulations to all of the NASA STEM Enhancement in Earth Science High School interns. This concludes the 2022 C's Science Symposium. Thank you all